Board. We will come out of recess in 1 minute. Thank you, Board. We're ready to begin our afternoon session. This is agenda item 7.10, the board discussion on commissioner search. I'm very pleased to reintroduce two of our consultants from McPherson Jacobson, who will be leading us this afternoon in our discussion and our work. Dr. Steve Joel and Dr. Walt Cooper. It's all yours.
I think I'm on now. Good. What an honor and a pleasure to be with you today, and I can tell you that I'm very, very grateful for this opportunity to help you, Walt and I, and 3 other members of our team that'll be doing quite a bit of the behind-the-scenes work, just helping you in this most important endeavor. And as somebody that's done a number of searches around the country over the years, I can tell you that there is no more important charge than bringing in the next leader of an organization, and in your case, it's a commissioner of education. There's just simply a lot that's riding on that. You know, we're a state that's renowned for educational excellence and for doing things for the right reasons. And you know, having been around for a long time, many of you know that. You know, it's always been a source of pride that Nebraska is a top 3, 4, 5 state on virtually any metric, and commissioners have the ability to come here and stay here and practice for a while. Longevity is something that Dr. Cooper and I were talking about as a real selling point, as opposed to what we're seeing around the country in terms of revolving doors, where people come in for not very long, or certainly not long enough to be able to become established and do the work. So we're excited to be here, and thank you, and welcome to new board members that are making the investment in children in Nebraska. And I believe very strongly, and Walt does too, that this process that you're about to go through with us is a coming together. It's an opportunity for you to get to know each other. It's an opportunity for you to listen to your constituents perhaps in a way that you haven't, other than those conversations that you've had individually or through your respective districts. And then it's an opportunity for you to go through an interview process. Our hope is to bring a number of high-quality candidates to you. We've already begun the recruiting part of this. A number of folks have reached out. We've reached out to a number of folks. And then to begin that working relationship with your next Commissioner of Education. And I will tell you that, as I mentioned during the interview process, that the Phase 5 that we offer as part of our model, where we come back and we work with the Commissioner and you to establish first-year performance objectives and do some team building, is really a difference maker when it comes to longevity and the ability to stay. So Delighted to be here, know most of you, and hoping to get to know the rest of you a little bit more closely. And I appreciate the fact I was out of town. Walt did the presentation, and we both are just excited to get to work. Having said that, do you have a copy of the agenda in front of you? If not, I know staff have made some copies that, yeah. Okay, so while those are coming around, so you can just kind of follow along with the conversation, the most important work of today is to establish criteria that we can begin to profile the position. And the question that several of the board members had is, shouldn't we listen to stakeholders first before we establish criteria? So I want to cut right to the chase and say that for us in our model, it just works better for us to get a snapshot of this board today, what are the most important criteria they're going to be looking for. And then as Dr. Cooper will take you through an exercise following that, what we'll do is then vet that criteria against the stakeholders of the state of Nebraska. And we think there'll be a lot of interest and a lot of involvement in that. So the time-consuming part of our afternoon is going to be to establish criteria, and we'll work you through a model that we use. And then Dr. Cooper will, actually, prior to that, we'll talk to you about that stakeholder engagement. So let's look at the calendar very, very quickly. We want to advertise this position nationally, January 16th through March 2nd. And by the way, this is for discussion. It's our recommendation based on the calendar. We feel like we're starting early enough in a new year that we should be able to get the applicant pool that you desire and we think should be interested in this position. So January 16th to March 2nd, we close it off on March 2nd. Completed applications need to be in by then. We house all of the application materials. Walt and I and the other three consultants will do all the vetting of those candidates. We do deep vetting. It's, if they're from Nebraska, it's probably a little bit easier, but having done the Mississippi State Board search earlier this fall, I can tell you there was a lot of interest nationally in Mississippi. I would believe that there'd be a lot of interest nationally in Nebraska. So we'll do the conversations, we'll do the deep vetting. I think I mentioned to you that we start with a preliminary conversation with each viable candidate that really centers on why are you interested in the position, what kinds of things do you want us to be thinking about if you're going to be a viable candidate. And our goal ultimately through the vetting through March 2nd to the 16th is to really narrow down that applicant pool to those people who do most closely align with what you tell us today and then what stakeholders told us when we were having those conversations with them. So that's why we profiled the position to the level that we do. We put in there the week of March 20th in terms of presentation of finalists. We need about 3 or 4 hours with you. We'll bring in the applicant files. By the way, the application process is not unlike anything that you haven't experienced before. It's basic information. We'll put one essay question on there because it's always important to kind of see how they write and express. But it'll be more of a general one. And then references, we require 3 references. We'll go a lot deeper with references than just the 3 that they require, but there'll be 3 required written references. And I'm sure you know that those will be from people who they've asked to be references for them, which is why we go quite a bit deeper on those references. And then we will ask each of the viable candidates, and just for argument purposes, let's assume that we're targeting bringing you 4, at the end of the day, you select 4 people that you want to advance to the interview phase. What we'll do is we'll probably bring you 6, if there are 6 that are viable candidates. And we'll ask each of those people that we believe have the ability to become a semi or a finalist, they'll do a 9-minute video interview that we'll present to you as part of our presentation. And that'll be centered on 3 questions that we'll ask. They'll come off of your criteria. And you'll get a chance to do a meet and greet. We'll work you through a model. You have a chance to see their applicant file. You read their resumes. You're going to be wanting to do their Google searches on your own, even though we will have done a very thorough vetting through that process. And then we'll work you through a process where you make a selection. So if it goes like other searches have gone, then, you know, if there's 6 people that meet your qualifications, we'll help you narrow down to 4. You may decide to interview all 6. Maybe it's a tough decision. You might say maybe 4 of them really is too many, and you might want to do less. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But our goal really through this process after today is to begin to recruit, to take applications, answer questions, establish relationships, and then all with the goal in mind of that week of March 20th, and we'll work with Ryan and staff on what's a good time to do that. And we would really hope that everybody could attend that meeting. So if it can't be the week of March 20th, if we have to look at a different day, we want to do that, because that'll be a big decision for you as well too. And we'll tell each of the candidates that once we bring you forward as a finalist, you're going to be public. So you know, one of the nice things about hiring a firm like us, we will keep everything confidential until such time that we're ready to present their names publicly. And we would ask you as well, from today on, that encouraging people to apply is fine, but getting overly involved in the search process can be a negative. So the best response for you to somebody who might call you up saying, you know, tell me about this, have them contact the consultants. And I will tell you, professional candidates know not to reach out to board members individually. That's sort of a no-no in our work. So we would ask that do your due diligence in that. Conversations are fine. You know, encouraging somebody at a social event or a school event is fine. But any deeper involvement than that can contaminate the process, and we don't want that to be the case. One of the things that you're going to be dealing with, and we're going to be dealing with, it happens in every single search, is viable candidates begin to think to themselves, who else might be an applicant, right? Or do I want to compete with this person or that person? And we always want to ensure that this is a process built on transparency and integrity, and every single candidate, whether they're internal or external or from another state or, you know, the best name in the business in the state of Nebraska today, every one of them through our model and our process is going to be treated equally. And so that's why we would just basically say, from this point on, funnel those people to us, to Walter or I, or if you have a question, I'm sure Ryan will be able to answer. He's been wonderful to work with on this process. So that's where we are. Then I put on there the week of April 13th, selection and announcement. Again, that date is fluid. And then sometime in August, September, once you've got that individual employed, they get their feet on the ground, they learn sort of the protocol of the agency and the people involved in the agency, then I'll come back and we'll work on that kind of a half a day, 3/4 day retreat, in which you'll do some team building, get to know each other, and just really set the roadmap for the first year of this new commissioner's work. And I will tell you, it's so important to do that, because what happens when somebody takes a position like this, or even a superintendency for that matter, they get pulled in a lot of different areas right away. And what the next commissioner needs to know is what's really important. I mean, the day-to-day work, is always going to be there. But what are the overarching things that need to be part of that first-year work? And in a lot of districts, it's renewed, like Lincoln, for example. It's time for a new strategic plan. So that becomes, one of those things that everybody can agree is going to be something of importance. Questions on the timeline? Please, Lisa.
Just for clarification, the second bullet, January 16th to March 2nd, advertise the position. The 16th is 10 days from now. Is there a reason for the delay in advertising the position?
Great question. So it'll be before the 16th, but we have to get the position profiled, we have to get the brochure ready, and we're going to get it. We will have this on our website, which gets 50 to 100,000 hits, I think, a month. We'll have that posted almost immediately. But we don't want to put we don't want to put it, we don't want to put a posting out without any information, because we want people to know, okay, what are we looking for? And then, you know, if you're okay with this calendar, then I'm going to ask Ryan, you know, maybe early next week, does this calendar make sense? Can we put these dates down and work around those? And again, it doesn't have to be specifically these dates, but we want to give candidates the opportunity to understand what the time frame is. The other really important piece is that if this is a sitting superintendent or somebody in another state saying, that's working as a number 2 or a number 3 in another state around the country, they have to be open and honest with the people who supervise them too. So we really like to keep it pretty tight, but that gives us about 6 to 7 weeks, probably 7 weeks of advertising, and that should get us the coverage we need. Any other questions?
And I know the timeline is what it needs to be. I mean, you're working as efficiently as possible. I just, because I don't come from an education background, like, if it is a sitting superintendent, I mean, what happens? Like, I don't know how long it takes to hire then the superintendent for the district. Like, if it's announced in April, then, you know, on that end of it,
That's a great question. Thank you for asking that. So it is likely that if it's a sitting superintendent, I'm just going to make this up, right? So if it's a sitting superintendent, let's just say it's Lincoln, it's for argument purposes. Then the Lincoln superintendent, and it's not going to be Dr. Gosman, pretend it's me, because I don't want to start any rumors with my friends on the school board. But let's say it was me, and I was interested in doing this. I would go to the board, just my board, and I would say, I'm going to pursue the Commissioner of Education position. The timeline is April. They'll appreciate that. Many of you have served on boards before. You will appreciate that. I will be perfectly honest with you. This timeline is probably going to cause, unless Lincoln has a number 2 that could move into the superintendency, an interim position. That's normal in the business, right? And a job like this, an opportunity like this to lead an entire state, I don't know very many boards, if any, that would stand in the way of that superintendent wanting to do that. You know, and they're probably deeply, secretly going to be hoping that they don't get it, and then life is good. Now, I will tell you, the superintendents who get themselves in trouble are the ones that every year they go to the board and they say, there's an opportunity for me, you know, that I want to pursue. But my sense is, sitting superintendents in Nebraska that have the credentials, that are thinking about this, I don't know who they are, they in their mind are already having that conversation, because they don't want to leave their board in a lurch. Omaha Public Schools, I only know this because I read it, you know, they're going through, they're considering an interim based on Dr. Logan's announcement. And in Grand Island, a district that I was in for 10 years, they announced yesterday that they've got 3 interim folks that they're going to be looking at. So the interim pool is a vibrant and a viable pool. And so I would say, don't let that drive the timeline. This is a big enough opportunity that it's a standalone, and there'll be a kind of a domino effect, but I don't think it'll be a negative domino effect. Other questions on timeline? Okay, very good. Again, we'll work with Ryan and his team on solidifying those dates. And so I'm going to do, we've had some conversation with the leadership prior to right after we were hired, and we were talking about stakeholder engagement, because one of the principles of our model is to collect as many voices as we can. And as you know, because you've lived it and experienced it and probably heard it as you were campaigning, there's lots of interest in education in our state. So the question really is, how do we best collect that information, for a couple of reasons. One, we want people to have a voice in this. There's ownership when the next commissioner is appointed. but we also want it for you, for your own growth as a board. What do the stakeholders, how did they view education in our state? What are the issues? What are the challenges? And so, because this is a statewide effort, Dr. Cooper and I have been thinking about some things. We got some feedback from several board members, but we want to hear from you. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cooper to talk about stakeholder engagement. We see it as an important part of what we do, but I think there's some challenges and some opportunities looking at it statewide. So, well.
Thank you, Steve, and good afternoon, everyone. So, as we began thinking about oh, sorry, I'm going to use this mic.
Okay.
Is that better? There we go. As we were talking with the committee earlier on and thinking about stakeholder engagement, there are really two pieces to this. And the first is what stakeholder engagement, what facets of stakeholder engagement or what information that we can gather will help you in the search process, and that process being a litmus test, measuring and balancing the criteria that you all determined today in a little bit. You know, as Steve mentioned, we typically find that there's fairly close balance between what we hear from stakeholders and what you all will generate today. If not, that tells us that there's some other work that we might need to do, but I don't anticipate that will happen. But really, what benefit will that stakeholder feedback provide for you? And the reason I say that is because you're only going to get back what you ask, right? You can't expect it just to come to you in a void. So we need to think about what we ask when we talk with stakeholders. The second facet of that is, what does this stakeholder feedback provide? What benefit does this stakeholder feedback provide to your next commissioner as they assume the role? Because this information will be available to them as well. And again, we want to make sure that we ask the right questions, or at least provide the opportunity for folks to provide information that will help and be of benefit to either or both of those facets of the process. And we hear from candidates all the time, most, predominantly superintendents, but in every search that we do, that the digesting that stakeholder feedback, all of it prior to stepping into the role day one, is invaluable. So it's not just about upfront helping with criteria, as we talked about in the presentation, right? That's what you're going to do today. But the stakeholder feedback is something that helps at several places throughout the process. So we want to make sure that we are asking the questions that will generate the information that you need and or the next commissioner will need to be successful through this process. And also ask the questions that help make sure that you're on track and stay on track, or are on the right track as you go through the search. So a big part of that is, who do we ask, right? So we identified in a previous conversation, we identified sort of the usual suspects in terms of organizations, right? We want to engage with staff members at the department. We have NSEA, we have NASB, the membership organizations, representative organizations, and those are sort of the simple ones. But what we have found, especially of late, and when I say of late, I mean the last couple of years, is that the days of convening focus groups, small focus groups or town hall types of meetings, come and let's convene and talk and share information, really do not provide very good information. They provide an opportunity for folks to come and know that they're engaged, but the combination of both virtual, meaning digital Zoom meetings, and a really solidly crafted online survey, we found provide much better feedback. We get more participation. Folks are more inclined to be honest and open in their engagement, and that especially holds true in the online platform, the online survey format. Now, that said, if the questions and the structure of the online survey are not good, you're not going to get good, the data you get is not going to be worth the time or effort. So I want to talk just a little bit about that, if you will. But so I think the first question to ask and the first place to start with this is in thinking about the groups that that are listed there on your, the department is not listed, but that was, we figured that was an obvious segment. But with the 4 membership groups that are listed there, are we missing someone that we need to make sure that we engage in on some platform in some way?
I guess I'm just throwing it out as a question. I was just thinking, when I was in a statewide leadership role for an organization, I was asked to help hire my peers in other states that I worked with the board, because since I was in the job, they felt like I had expertise to help hire someone in another state. And I'm just wondering if NASBE might be a valuable stakeholder group, because it's made up of commissioners from other states that might have some insights that no other group listed here would have. NASBE being the National Association of School Board Associations?
Executives?
No. Patty's on the board.
National Association of State Boards of Education. But
State Boards of Education.
yeah, but I don't, that's state board members, right? As opposed to,
Yes.
I think you're suggesting other
Oh,
commissioners,
you're
which
right.
is a different organization.
You're right. Never mind.
Okay.
Can I just finish that thought? So maybe trekking on my line of thought, Matt was on a National Association of State Commissioners. And so maybe that's the group I mean, instead of, yeah. Yeah.
The state chiefs.
State chiefs.
Organization, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Lisa, did you say?
Oh, I did, it just popped up. So, thank you for that suggestion with the CCSSO. My question, we have lots of partners that we work with. I'm thinking, a survey for partners, and I'm particularly thinking of DHHS with the YRTCs, the Department of Labor because of our college and career ready focus, and also CTE focus. And, CTE, college and, yeah.
So that's a great suggestion, and actually a really good segue to what I'm going to talk about here on this tool.
Okay.
Because I think that so this tool that I'm going to show you, that I'm projecting here, we're in complete control of this tool. I designed this tool, I build it, we can put whatever we want into this tool to make sure that you're getting not only the information, but also disaggregated by the groups or individuals that you want to make sure you understand, that demographic and the response there. So rather than trying to identify every single partner group or advocacy, whatever that may be, we can very easily accomplish that with one additional button within this survey, and I think that that's a really good thing to do, because if you can look at then all the information collectively or parse it out, or I can parse it out for you.
I've
however
taken
you would
surveys
to
like
see
that, so I understand what you're saying, and that's terrific. That takes care of that. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to request the Association of American Educators, which is an alternative teacher association that was established in 1994, and I think it's gaining in momentum and membership. So the Association of American Educators in Nebraska does have an association here.
A chapter
now.
association in Nebraska.
Thank you.
And we can, And as if it's, let's go to the, oh, yes, Jack.
So, as I listen to us enumerate things, I think about our country's beginning with our rights. And one of our founding fathers says, if you start to enumerate things, then inevitably you'll forget something, and then what we don't enumerate, we leave out. And so I worry about, when I look at this list, if I were just kind of looking at it, I'm like, oh, the group that I see is missing, it isn't necessarily an organization, but rather a group of parents. So like when I see NSEA, I think teachers, I don't think organization. When I think NASB, I think board members. I don't think this one versus another one. And so I think parents, and I'm certain that your pushback is going to be that that could fall into all stakeholders. But if we're going to be specific as to say we want to talk to teachers, I think that we're going to then have to be specific to say we're going to talk to parents in some capacity. So that's one thing. The other thing I think is important if we are going to be going with groups and organization are our ESUs. I think that they bring a perspective throughout the state from what's happening locally, and so I do think that they're a distinct group. The last organization or group that I think could potentially be missing is we know we have an educator shortage, and we know that our colleges and universities, those professors are the ones working and putting out the next generation of teachers. And so I think we should probably talk to them to find out what they think the connection is, because it goes all the way up from our students leaving high school, going to college, and are we prepared, but then also the teachers that they're putting out, and are we preparing teachers? So those are just my suggestions.
Well said. So thank you for that. And I think, again, let's jump into the survey, because I think we can accomplish all of that. Again, going back to my initial comment about if we structure the online tool effectively, you will get much better feedback and much broader feedback than if we go to individual organizations and say, bring us your executive council. Let's have an hour Zoom call with your executive committee, or whatever it may be, especially in those membership organizations, because the membership is vast, right? I mean, that's why they exist. So what you have in front of you on your screen is just a very brief example, and it says sample because, like I said, we can change this any way you want, but this is what the survey would look like. I assume that the first thing you would want to know is the respondent a Nebraska resident? Right, so if they answer no to that, we'll put some logic in here. They'll still be able to do the survey, but we'll be able to parse the results out by state residents and not. If they answer yes, we'll have some logic in there that then we'll ask them in which county they reside. I would assume, because of your representation around this table and the way that the board is comprised, you would like to do this. So we have this morning, I just dropped in, we have the list of all 92 or 90, however many counties there are, 93 counties in Nebraska, so we can parse it out to that degree as well in terms of demographics. And then we ask down here, the next question we ask is for folks to identify, and we ask for only one, and it always comes up, well, what if I'm a parent and I'm an educator and I'm a elected official and we ask for one, because if we don't limit this to one, then it really makes it difficult for us to parse the data out among specific groups. So this is actually a group based on a search that I'm doing for a large district, a large urban suburban district in Colorado. So as we worked through, we identified the groups that you see there, parents at the top, students at the bottom, and others in the middle. We can put whatever you would like to in here. We can also include others, so or a narrative response to others. So if we wanted to, for example, include other partner organization, for example, or so they would click that button and then the narrative would enter what their affiliation is in that way. We could extend the list of buttons or convert this to a drop-down menu and parse all of these out if you would like. But the easier thing, I think, is to think about the maybe 6 or 7 most prevalent groups and or personal identifiers, and then have the ability for folks to then enter a narrative other down there so that everybody can identify their voice in this process, if that makes sense. So then, once we get past the demographic tab, this is you'll see that there's a reference here to a school district. It's just the text that we're using. But this is where we make the connection between the criteria that you're going to work through or develop here in just a few minutes and the survey. So we then populate whatever the criteria is, and this one happens to have 16. I will tell you that's far too many, but there was a reason why we did that in this situation. But these really were the highlights of what, if you looked up this posting on the Mac and Jake website, on AASA, on the Colorado Association of Schools, everywhere that it is, you would see these crafted into a narrative that describes the position. So we parse each one of those out, and then we ask for a Likert scale rating of strongly disagree to strongly agree. It's a really good measure to figure out, were we on the right page when we developed this criteria? And as Dr. Joel mentioned, almost always the answer to that is yes. But if something jumps out as an outlier in there, it really does cause us to say, well, let's go back and think about that. Maybe were we unclear in the way that we characterized what we really were talking about there? Is that just something that is so highly controversial in today that we would expect there to be a wide range of agreement on that, those types of things. So again, this provides fairly good and easy quantifiable validation of where you are in terms of the search. I told you this is way too long, right? There's too many in there, but we can manage that. But then we also want to make sure that we don't box people in too closely, and so the next question that we ask, we limit the characters somewhat so that it's manageable, but we ask for the 3 most significant challenges that folks envision the next commissioner facing. Right, what do they need to really focus on when they hit the ground running, July 1 or whenever they start? What are the things that are out there? This has 3. We can expand that. It really doesn't matter. I think this is 50 characters a box or something like that. So even if we get several thousand responses, it's not an overwhelming text analysis to bring you some usable information here. And then finally, the last question is very simple, and it gives, I think it's important that folks have an opportunity to provide information that is otherwise not asked for. Now, understandably, this is where it gets more difficult to bring that into some really usable information. We can do some low-level text analysis to that, but these narrative questions they serve a purpose, but their purpose is limited unless you're going to read through every single one of those, which you may choose to do. But we simply ask, is there other information that individual stakeholders would like the state board to consider as they work through this search process? So that's the sum total of the way that this tool is built in the sample that I show you here today. But as I said, we have lots of flexibility in what we want to include. But to your points initially, all the way around the table, probably the most important is that at the very beginning we make sure that we have the availability and opportunity for everyone who participates in this survey to identify their voice, whether they're representing themselves or they're a member of a group. And that's that question about when we ask them to select the one choice that actually identifies their connection to the survey. And as I said, this we can launch this as soon as there's agreement about what we want to ask. This does not take much time. And then we would just need to work with Ryan and others in terms of best manner of distribution. Again, these membership organizations and representative groups make for excellent distribution networks. It's a simple link, right? We craft a very short message with the link in it and ask them to send that to their memberships, and everybody always does. I mean, there's no.
So before we answer your questions on that, know that the value in this is for the candidates that ultimately assume the position of commissioner. They'll have a wealth of information about what are the current issues and challenges and desires in the state of Nebraska. Equally as important is you'll have the same. So you'll know as you're starting out this new year with a new board, new year, new challenges, you'll have an idea of what's on the minds of people, not the individual person or the individual group, but the collective consensus. So what we look for are trends, and we look for themes, and it's always our hope that what we come up with, what you come up with in the next 45 minutes to an hour, aligns with what your stakeholders say. Because it makes it a little bit more challenging sometimes when there's misalignment. But you want to know if there's misalignment, because misaligned means the state's got a long ways to go before we become collective and unified. Does that make sense? So stakeholder feedback's really important. And you know this because you represent this. There's a lot of interest in this process and ultimately in this position, and of course, how this individual is going to be working with you to do the work for what, 330,000 students in the state and educators. So questions on stakeholder, anything maybe you'd like to see us do differently, anybody you think that needs an individual opportunity to interact with us?
Could you scroll down again just so that everyone can see those,
Are you talking
the demographics?
Yeah, let's do that. So we want to ask about the residency question, I assume. I saw head nods around the table there, and then county. Is there a further demographic to collect than county? Band of size of district, if they're a parent, if they select parent or anything like that? Deb?
I have a question. I know we did a survey not that long ago, and individuals were able to respond multiple times. And it skewed the results. Do we have a way to limit someone's participation?
So yes, we have the availability to limit this to one response per IP address.
Oh, okay.
Now, the downside to that is if there are two or more folks in a household that want to respond, somebody's going to have to go out and grab somebody else's Wi-Fi or go to the library probably. But typically we do restrict it to one response per IP address, just for that very reason, that the downsides outweigh not having that potential open access, especially for folks who are really much more skilled with technology than I have the ability to really mess things up.
And sometimes in those public forums, to your point, we have groups that try to command their own presence, and oftentimes people who really do want to participate don't, because they just feel like it's too confrontational. So this actually gets us better data.
Jackie, you had your hand.
So is this the opportunity now for us to weigh in on our thoughts about this? Like, how specific are you expecting us to get today versus sending you thoughts tomorrow? So for instance, I think knowing the county is important, but I think knowing someone's age is equally important, because what my generation or people my age want to see as the future of education may be different from a different generation. And so I think those things, if we're going to start using this to analyze the data that's coming in, to me, someone's age may be more important than their county, but that's my opinion. And so when is the opportunity for us either as a board to discuss that or to, speak with you about that? I also, the first question says, are you a Nebraska resident? I personally, where the district that I represent, would like that sentence to be worded, do you reside in Nebraska? Because resident is a very specific term about, it's a tax term to me, being a former tax lawyer. Have you established residency in a place versus do you reside in the state? So things like that I would want to weigh in, but I don't know if this is the time and place for that specificity.
And what we would say, this is the time and place, because what we need is consensus amongst you, right? So the one thing that we don't want to do is leave here, get a phone call, and then have to figure out if that's the will of the entire board. So, relying on Mrs. Gubbles as chair and Mr. Penner as vice chair to help guide us. We don't want this to be singular, we want it to be collective. So I will tell you, I think what you raise about residency makes sense do you reside in Nebraska, or that one, if you're comfortable with it, we could change that one pretty easily, but again, we don't want to do it without the rest of the board believing that that's a consensus opinion.
Without hearing it.
I was going to say, I think also, I just haven't lived with this long enough to give that specific. I'm just kind of looking at it as you're going through. But I also think about, here we have school district administrator, school district staff member. I think Deborah disclosed yesterday, my kids go to private school or to a private parochial school. And so I don't know if if that teacher would consider them a school district administrator, but it doesn't mean they're not a school administrator. So then is this becoming specific to public school administrators? Is that what we're trying to convey? Or do we just want to know if you're an administrator at a school or if you're a staff member at a school? And so I know that seems very technical, but we got to understand what we're asking, because we may be eliminating people unintentionally, but we want their feedback.
Right, and that's a very good point. Like I said, this sample came from a specific school district, and so yes, we very easily would just remove the word district there. So, school staff member or a school administrator. The other thing I would caution is, this is not intended to be, a Gallup level survey that you parse to, very measurable and graphing trends around responses. So as we segregate this, I would encourage you to think about what are the really high-level, large-scale demographic groups that you're interested in comparing responses, right? So parents and non-parents, for example, those are two very high-level and opposing groups that may, actually, I think this said this one happened to read initially parent taxpayer and non-parent taxpayer. That's how that district wanted to identify folks. So, we don't want to get this so cumbersome that it's difficult to take, but we also don't want to try to get too specific. And to your point, the more specific we attempt to get in terms of demographic identification, the more we run the risk of unintentionally shutting the door on somebody that doesn't fit into one of the buttons, so to speak.
And my comments are more like, how can we be I think the words that we use send messages, and whether we want to or not, right? And so I think depending on how we word things, it puts the emphasis, could put an emphasis. So that's one of the things. I don't know how my other board members feel about this, but another demographic that I personally think is important is socioeconomic class or income level, education level, something like that. Because I do think what I, as a college educated or person with a degree, may think is important based on my view of the world may be very different from someone who did not go to college or works in trades or wants to promote, it may be very different. And I think people who have certain status or socioeconomic status come to these questions from a place of privilege. And when we think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I can think about higher level things because I know that my basic needs are not met. Other people in different places may have other concerns that I miss. And so I think for me, that's a demographic or identifier that's just as important as, or maybe, again, to me, more important than what county you live in. It's what are the issues facing you and your family every single day that you think education can help you to overcome. And that might be the same no matter if you live in Aurora or Omaha.
As I think about that, just because I've done a lot of survey work, do you think that question could have the potential to make people not want to respond to the survey if that's, because they don't want to give that information?
It could be optional. It doesn't have to be a mandatory question that they answer.
It's certainly been our experience with surveys. The simpler, the better, and the more the motivated people will be to fill them out. We can make some adjustments, but we want to be careful that we don't belabor it to the point where people just say that's too much. But I understand. I understand what you're saying.
But if we put on, so yesterday this came up, and again, this is a board discussion. So yesterday it came up. Well, why are we parceling or talking about rural versus urban? Okay. Maybe I think that's important, maybe someone else doesn't think that's important. But I think if we put on there to tell us where you're from, and we're gonna divide these answers by where you are located, we are telling the people of Nebraska, we do think your location is important. That's the message that we're sending. And so if we don't think that location is important, then I say we take that entire question off. If we do think location is important, then we need to ask, do we all equally think location is as important as X? Because I might not think location is as important as X. And so we can accept that you guys have given us this in a survey and say, okay, we hired you as consultants, we're accepting that you're our consultant and this is what your suggestion. But if we're honestly having a board conversation, I don't think we can deny that if we put location on here, we are telling the public that's important to us and how we aggregate this data.
Yeah, I think as I'm listening, the thing that keeps coming back to me is how are we going to use these results?
Exactly.
Right, I mean, that's the critical question, because I think you design a survey based on what you want from it, right? And that's what you're getting at, Jacqueline. But, I think that's the starting point is, what are we trying to learn? What are we trying to get as results from this survey?
Were you going to say something? I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, we're open.
I think you've raised important questions, and I think that's an important question. And I could easily argue removing the location question based on what you said. But then I think Well, I want to know what my constituents are saying, and so I want to sort that information by my constituents, and so, I don't know the answer. I'm just saying I like those questions.
But, okay, so let's say we do, so take a step back then. I would like to know what my constituents believe too. But is the purpose of this survey to find out, let's suppose Patsy's constituents think differently than my constituents. At the end of the day, does it matter that our constituents think differently when we are trying to find what the state thinks about hiring a new commissioner? Ultimately, if there are conflicting ideas, regardless of if they come from Patsy's district or my district, we as a board are going to have to work through what are those conflicts that we're seeing and how do we resolve them. And so if we're using this to just assess information across, if that's the case, if we really want to know it by district, then we're not just using this for a commissioner search. We're using this because this is an opportunity for us to get the layout of the whole state of Nebraska. So it's twofold. And if it's twofold, then I would suggest that we put a couple of other questions in here. That way we have it for the future as well, and not let the opportunity pass to collect what we really want to see.
And if I may respond to that, Jay, so when earlier on, and I apologize if I was unclear, I do believe that this survey is twofold, but both of those folds have the same underlying tenet, and that is either informing the board or informing the new commissioner about the issues, right? The most salient, and matching the best commissioner, the best candidate with the issues and your criteria. And so in that regard, I think that the best approach is to do less, not more. And we can certainly take out, if you want to take out both of them and start with the question is where we identify their demographic group, whether they're parent or non-parent, those high-level groups. Are they school district or school employees, school staff members and employees, and start there. We still have not, the only thing that we have eliminated is being able to parse out the data by area of residence, right? And so it really does distill it more to just the issues not regardless of demographic in terms of their representative, right? The perspective from which they are responding. But then from that point on, it is all about just the issues.
I mean, now I'm going to push back on myself, but obviously I think we should have more. There are people who think we should have less or none. But I think knowing location is important for the one reason that, let's suppose you had 20 people from, I don't know, let's say Scottsbluff. No one's from Scottsbluff here, I don't think. 20 people from Scottsbluff respond and 10 people from Omaha respond, right? And so based on responses, it looks like the responses from Scottsbluff, we've got 20, so that's a higher amount, but that doesn't mean that that's representative of the population when we know for a fact that Omaha is more dense than Scottsbluff. And so I think it's informative there in that we can see if the responses are truly representative of the population of our state. And so I would push back on taking that question off for that reason alone, because I'd want to see if we really have a proportionate response to the population. But with that said, I still think there are other more informative criteria to help with this. But if we're going with this, I think we at least need to keep that on.
I wonder if we couldn't resolve what you want to accomplish by the way we roll it out. Like, if we're ensuring that, like, I'm thinking the NAACP Education Committee in Omaha, I want to make sure that they get it because they're an audience. And so if we make sure that we're rolling the survey out to all the economic levels and demographics, and we are intentional about it. I mean, not passive, but, you know, really have a list of all the different types of demographics, you know, non-public schools, and, you know, just, I don't know, would that help resolve that without asking the question?
No, because I guess I made the assumption that this was going to be a public survey that anyone could access on a website. But I do think we should keep the location question, but I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking. But another way to get to your question, Deb, might be, how did you find out about the survey? And so if they put NSEA, OEA, NAACP, state board meeting, whatever, we're able to then kind of define. Yeah, you could do it in any number of ways.
Okay, so in light that this is a dialogue, a discussion, help me again, because my mind is working slow after all that lunch. It should be working faster, but it's not. Help me again, how would education level, and how do you see that informing education level, socioeconomic status? How do you see that informing our understanding of the survey? Can you explain that to me again, please?
So, basic example, right? My first job, the owner of the business told me when he was growing up, the question was not whether he would go to college in his family, it was, where are you going to college? Everybody in his family had gone to college. That was the expectation, the assumption, because that's where his family came from. If you are from a family of college-educated persons, then education in your household, the perspective is likely going to be that you're going to college or that you'll seek higher education. If you are from a family where people didn't graduate high school, education, the perception of education in your household might be, I want the education system to make sure that my child graduates from high school. And so knowing where we are as a state in terms of our education priorities, that might vary depending on where you are in your financial situation in life or your education level and things like that. I think that's just as informative of where we need to go as a state as whether or not the child lives in Scottsville, Gehring, or Omaha. Where they live doesn't inform me any more than if I knew where they were starting from and where the ideas of where they want us to go.
Thank you. I think that kind of plays into what Patsy said earlier today about if we could just address poverty, we could solve a lot of issues in education. So
I don't look at, I guess, poverty to me is not, like, just because you didn't go to college, it doesn't mean that you're living in poverty. But you could have a different perspective on careers. So I don't know that I associate, neither one of my parents went to college. I wouldn't say I grew up in poverty, but there was, so I don't think that that's what I'm trying to say.
We're not going to go we're not going to go live with this obviously today, tomorrow. You know, it'll be quite a while because we're going to need to figure out a way to message and communicate the survey. So I might suggest, so we can move on, that we think about it, and then we'll get together with Mrs. Gubbles and the committee and talk through it. And you know, again, we want to keep it as simple as we can, but by the same token, we want to make sure we get the right information to Dr. Cooper's point, it is twofold, right? It is an opportunity for the next person to come in and for you to look at what's on the minds of Nebraska people.
Just a general observation is that the group is very unsure about exactly where to go with this. And so to give them some sure footing, do you have some examples of these kinds of surveys that have been used before? And if so, are you willing to share with us so that we could look at them and go, oh yeah, that's a great, thing we should be asking?
So the answer to that is yes, and it's what's in front of you. So this is very common for us to. I added the county question only because this is a statewide search as opposed to what we typically do. But beyond that, if you take that out, pretend that I didn't put that there to start with. I wasn't asked. I just asked the residents, right? Because school districts are interested. Are they talking about school district residents or choice student, right? That's the separation for that question when we work at the district level. That removed, this is the survey that we use over and over and over and over. And folks are most interested in understanding the perspective of the respondent, and that perspective is meaning, and quite frankly, the first two, in most of the work we do, the first two are the most important. Are we hearing from parents, or are we hearing from non-parents, right? From folks who are empty nesters and their kids are gone, or they have not yet had kids in school, or they have no interest in that. So those are the two that get the primary focus. And then the others, not to say that those voices aren't as important, but that's the big one. And that's, in the demographic, that's 85% or 90% of the total survey, or one of those two. Folks choose one of those two. Quite frankly, if they're staff members and they're parents, they're going to choose parent. They're not going to choose staff member, in my experience. So Patty, to your answer, this is about as complex as we get and about as robust as we get, because I think the reason for that is obvious here today in the discussion, because we can just keep going too far and too far and too far and too far and really erode the primary purpose of the survey, and that is to help you identify high-level information that will assist you in selecting your new chief executive.
I was thinking it through as everybody was discussing it and trying to figure out, what else we would put on there. But you have to be so careful about what you ask. I think of something that I think, no, it's probably not legal to ask that. And then the other thing that came to me is probably most of this would be on a resume. So this part of it should be pretty simple and straightforward, right? When you're doing a demographics, do you do age? Do you do, no?
No, as I said, the demographics is what you see here. It's really the voice and the person's connection to the organization, right? I'm most interested in weighing in on the commissioner survey, the commissioner search, because I am a fellow elected official, or I am a parent, or I am a district, a school employee. And that's the extent of what we've asked, only because of exactly the crux of the conversation, which is a really good conversation. But
and understand too, what we're trying to do is extend out on your behalf to the constituency, because their voice does matter. But at the end of the day, you're going to make the decision. Right? So there isn't really going to be anything that you're going to read that we don't think is going to alter the way you approach the interview process. But what you're going to have as a result of this is you're going to have people saying, I participated, that they cared about what we said, and every one of them will be valued. So it isn't so much the minutia of what is the survey going to present, as much as it is to get people thinking about the importance of the process that the state is going through to bring in the next leader. So Again, I don't want to cut anybody off because we don't want to say that none of, these ideas aren't good ideas, but we have a lot of confidence in this survey, and it's going to broaden exposure and commitment. And our hope would be that once we're done with this, some of your constituents will come up to you and say, I participated, I filled out that survey. And that's all you can ask for. There's going to be a whole lot of people that are going to hear about this. They're going to be asked to participate in it, and they're going to basically say, my voice doesn't matter. There's hundreds of thousands of people. What's one more going to do? But the information that you're going to get is going to be really general, right? It's not going to be specific in terms of an incident or an event or an item. It's going to be general, and that's going to help the candidates. It's going to help you, and it's going to help us. Does that make sense? Again, I'd like to, Patty, with your permission, move on, and if there's other things that we want to talk about, maybe we can talk about it through that committee before we put the stamp on it and get it out there. We want to run the survey basically to correspond with the application. So the applications would be live, the surveys would be live. We'll open up the surveys for, I don't know what you're thinking, Dr. Cooper, maybe a couple of weeks, and 10 days is our norm, and then get that information back, and we'll present it to you. And we'll work with Dr. Four on scheduling that. Maybe if we can get it done, maybe it's for the next month's board meeting, and it's a 15-minute presentation. You get the data, and I'll tell you, we'll give the data to the prospective candidates as well, too. So they have a sense, so that when they're talking with you in an interview process, they can refer back to the items that have emerged as the top ones. And, you know what they are. You know what for the most part, what's going to come back at you, with some tweaks, of course. But, everybody in Nebraska is talking about education right now, and educational funding, and, where's education going, and assessments, which you've already had that conversation, earlier. So you're going to get a lot of that. It's going to look like a rehash, but it's going to be good for us in terms of profiling the position. Okay? All right, great. Okay. So if you need a break at any time, let me know. If not, we're gonna roll you through the most important work. All right. So this is simple. This is kind of like being in school. Does everybody have something to write on? Okay. So here's what I'd like you to do. Is we're going to develop, the end in mind is we're going to try to find 3 to 5, maybe 6 overarching criteria that are going to help us now with our conversations with respective candidates, right? It's not going to be cemented. I'm going to tell you, you're not going to have a candidate that's going to walk in, get an A+ in every one of the criteria that you're about to come up with. It's going to be a general guide, and then we're going to align it with what we hear from stakeholders, and we'll help you with that part of the process as well, too. So here's what I'd like you to do. On a sheet of paper, I want you to just represent yourself. What are you looking for in the next commissioner for Nebraska education? And I'd like you to just list those out. And here's how I'd like to frame it. 1 or 2 personal characteristics that are important, and 2 to 4 professional characteristics that are important. 1 to 2 personal characteristics, and then 2 to 3, no more than 4 professional characteristics. In other words, what do they need to have to be successful? And I'm only interested in you right now, because we'll bring it back to the group. Here's kind of the rules of engagement. We'll start with one board member, and you give us, we're gonna do personal first. So you give us what's the top of your list for personal characteristic, and then we'll go around the room, and so everybody gets an opportunity to articulate what their top one is, and then we'll switch it up, and then we'll come back to two, your second. So you should have two of those. We'll put them together. Walt's gonna record them. They'll be on the screen. I think you have the screen in front of you as well. And then we'll take a look at those. We'll do some combining and clarifying. So here's no explanation yet. What I'd like you to do is just tell us what you wrote down, and then we're going to come back and give you an opportunity to clarify why it's important and what you mean by that. So let's start with Jackie for the first one. Jacqueline, I'm sorry. What'd you say? Honesty. Okay. Trustworthy.
Since you're not using mics, could you
Yeah,
please speak up?
sorry.
I haven't heard any of them.
Consensus builder.
Okay, we have honesty, trustworthy,
Consensus builder.
consensus builder. Mr. Penn?
People person.
People person.
Creative and critical thinking, problem solver, and decision maker.
Okay.
My next, oh, okay.
You didn't
all
say
right.
it had to be one or two words, right?
I think that's called taking advantage of the opportunity, right? Okay, drive, energy.
Drive and energy. Thank you. Sure.
A fear of the Lord.
Fear of the Lord. Okay.
I also had honesty first.
Honesty first? Okay, good. So we won't put honesty back, but we'll leave it up there. Okay, so give us the second one, then we'll start with Elizabeth this time. If you have a second one, if it's not up
I was
there.
gonna say, you said one or two, I wrote one.
Okay, good, fair enough. Deb?
Well, never mind.
You're good? Okay, Kirk?
Backbone.
Backbone, good. Patty?
Team builder.
Team builder.
The ability to recognize talent and then use it.
Okay. Recognize and utilize talent.
A person of good character, which includes honesty, trustworthiness, and respect.
Okay. I give Walt a chance to catch up with us here.
Again, please,
A person of good character, which includes honesty, trustworthiness, and respect.
Okay, thank you. Lisa?
Charismatic.
fingers aren't working.
I'm glad you're doing this part of the exercise. Okay. Okay, so let's look at those. And I'm sorry,
You don't care about
Jacqueline.
my second
Yep, you get to go. Thank you.
It's fine. It was hard worker.
Hard worker. Okay. Okay, so now let's start with the one that you put up there and tell us what you mean by that and why it's important. So let's start with you had honesty, Jacqueline.
I think the most important characteristic that a person can have is telling the truth about a matter, no matter how uncomfortable it is, how inconvenient it may be. It's also the foundation for building trust, is if people can believe what you're saying.
Okay.
And so I think as we start to rebuild our board, our department, and start to form new relationships, it's going to be important that the commissioner always be honest.
Okay, very good, thank you. And then Elizabeth, you had trustworthy.
As Jacqueline said, they really go hand in hand. We need to be able to trust our new commissioner to fulfill the vision that we have on a day-to-day basis. And if we as a board can't trust him or her, the public won't be able to trust us either.
Okay, Yeah, very good. Consensus builder?
Yeah, that could be / servant leader. I believe we're not here to tell the state what we're gonna do, that we're here to listen to every stakeholder and then work out a solution that works for everyone. And so I see that as consensus building.
Okay, good. Kirk?
Yeah, just you're in a lot of different areas, a lot of events, a lot of people. So you gotta like people, you gotta like to talk, you gotta like small talk, you guys know, right? And so you gotta be good with all types of people.
Yeah, good point. Patty?
Mine was the creative and critical thinking problem solver and decision maker. I think some of that speaks for itself, but I believe that as a commissioner, you have to be an individual who can look at things in new and different ways. And within that creativity, I guess, and critical thinking, I'm considering notions like flexibility, being able to kind of step out of what's been comfortable for you when issues arise and you need to try and resolve them. And obviously, decision maker is a critical part of anybody who is an educational leader, that you're going to be confronted with some decisions that are not difficult, but some decisions that are very difficult, and you have to be able to rely on your, not only some emotional responses, but more importantly, intellectual responses and information that you've gathered from stakeholders as well as research or whatever it is based on the issue you're dealing with, and be able to make those decisions soundly.
Good, thank you. Yep. Patsy, I think you had the next one, drive and energy.
But you have the drive and energy to take them from an idea to a reality. So you don't start and not finish. You get in there and say, we're gonna get this done together.
Okay, good, thank you. And Sherry at Fear of the Lord.
Yes, God's word says that a fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and one who fears the Lord will lack nothing. And that's what I want for our commissioner, to be wise and to lack nothing.
Okay, thank you. Team builder, I think Lisa, that was you.
For my first one, I had honesty. You want?
Oh, you had
the other-
honesty, okay.
Yeah.
Team builder then, was that Elizabeth?
Well, I had a team builder on the professional side, but honesty, just being trustworthy. I heard that over there, but fairness in that honesty, being not only honest but fair as you're listening. And listening, I think, is a good trait to have as well.
Okay. Good discussion. Who had team builder? Okay, please.
I don't know what else to say about team builder other than, the commissioner needs to be, because I'm saying that because I believe a number of the traits that have been identified go into being a team builder. You aren't going to be able to build a team if you don't have honesty, if you don't have a sense of trust, right? So I guess I'm kind of pulling all those things in, but certainly a team builder is someone who understands people's strengths and allows those people to work toward their strengths, and in that sense, put a team together that is working for a common purpose.
Good, yeah, excellent explanation. Recognize and utilize talent.
That me?
Mm-hmm.
I think many people, if I could just kind of work my way around it, and then maybe you can summarize it, but many people don't recognize their own talent and abilities, and they come to the table with some really great talents, and if you as a leader can recognize them and point them in the right direction, you not only do your organization, you lead your organization to greatness, but you also elevate the human being.
Okay, good, yep. No, I think it explains itself. Character, honesty, and respect. Is that you, Sherry?
I think that's been covered, but
Okay.
I actually have one more I'd like to add.
Okay.
Could I do that? We're going to wait for me to add that.
Yeah,
as
if you
a
want to,
person
Pam.
will do it. Just understands and appreciates, quote, Midwestern values, whatever that
Understand and
means.
appreciate Midwestern values,
values.
okay?
Thank
Yep.
you for allowing me to add that.
Okay. Lisa? Charismatic, who had charismatic? Yeah,
When I think of a commissioner and all the people that they have to communicate with, if they don't have a charismatic side to them, they could alienate rather than bring people together. I think that's how I see charismatic, in that they can relate to people and they listen and then move forward with some kind of consensus, but that can't happen unless the people that they're talking to feel like the person respects them and is talking to them in a charismatic way that builds a relationship.
yeah, good. Kirk, I think I passed over backbone.
That's okay. It's all right. You know, just somebody that will stand up for his or her values, that knows right and wrong, and is not afraid to let people know, even if he doesn't agree with the board or the entire board. Somebody walks in the room and he or she has a presence, and we know they're confident in what they're doing and has the backbone to back up their beliefs.
Okay, good, thank you. Who had work ethic? Okay,
I think the job of the commissioner is difficult and they have a lot of things to do. And I just believe that, I actually said hardworking, but work ethic is, I think, synonymous almost. But I said hardworking because when the job gets tough, you're going to have to find something to dig deep to keep going on the days that are long, the days that are tired, the work that needs to get done, the deadlines that have to be made. And so you don't want anyone that's going to just, you know, delegate it to staff and not be there with in the work. So I think that's why it's important.
okay, all right. And then Sherry, anything else to say on Midwestern values? Okay. Okay, so look, can everybody see that list? All right, so you go through that list right now, and what do you believe can be combined because they're similar?
Hardworking, and then somebody said something else about work, and I don't remember what that.
Drive and energy.
Yes.
Drive and
Okay.
energy.
All right. What else?
We have consensus builder and team builder.
Okay, consensus and, you know, team builder, yep.
I would say the character traits, you see the trustworthiness and
Okay, hold on one second, we're just gonna give Walt a chance to catch up with us.
I'm okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. The
the
next one?
honesty, 1, trustworthiness, 2.
Okay.
Number 11 is
All
right
right.
in there. So those overlap.
Okay,
I also think people person and charismatic.
charismatic people person
Well, you might
with
be,
backbone.
you might be able to put recognizing the talent of others and with the people person too, that they can read people.
See, I think of that as team builder.
We need agreement from the people, if we're gonna merge a couple of these, the people that put them up there have to agree that it's a merger, so.
I put that one up there,
Yeah.
so.
If there is an agreement on that, we just leave it alone, because I'm gonna have you do a little vote here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, anything else that you think could be combined?
About backbone, and I thought I heard something else that would probably go with that.
Backbone and what?
Oh, gosh, I can't remember which one it was.
It might have been Lisa.
Decision makers.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, that was it.
Decision maker is part of a larger
Okay,
expanse there.
thank you.
Does fear of the Lord speak to integrity, which I see in number one, the top ones? They're not, I can't see them now.
I'm gonna go with no on that one.
No on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying, as the author of Hard Worker, I would not like to see those two combined.
Okay.
What were the ones, I was talking about the trustworthy.
Yeah, it got combined with honest.
I see what you're saying.
Okay. So we have honesty, trustworthy, character, that whole character question. We have a consensus builder, somebody that's a servant leader, can build a team. Charismatic, that's a relational piece. Creative, critical thinker, problem solver, decision maker, somebody that's got a lot of energy. And then somebody that is wise and lacks nothing with the fear of the Lord, has backbone, and then can recognize and utilize talent. So is there anything else, if you go down one, can you do any more combining and clarifying? By the way, we're not gonna lose any of these, but I'm gonna have you prioritize them. Okay?
I guess the person who had recognized and utilized talent, whose was that? Patsy.
Patsy's.
Do you think that's different than a person who puts together building a team, knowing if you're utilizing their talent and?
Put your mic on, Patsy, please. Mike.
One is an individual, the other is a group.
So what
So eventually they would come together, yeah, I suppose.
Okay, let's combine them, because I think you probably have figured out the more combining we do, the stronger the opportunity it is for it to emerge as a high priority. So if you're okay with it, then we'll put those two.
I am
together.
okay with it.
Okay. All right. Anything else? So there's a list of 6, 7,
We got a total of
8. Kirk, do you see backbone going into anything? Okay. Okay. Midwestern values, probably a standalone. Fear of the Lord, standalone. Okay. All right. If there isn't any more, if you can just maybe make that one big list. Okay, every one of these is important. And when you go through the interview process, these are the kinds of things that you're going to be able to gauge in your interaction with the candidate. And then, so I don't want you to feel like you didn't win an argument here or you lost an argument or whatever, but we're not going to post every one of these in the application. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to pick your top 3 and just the number. So just write down the number. Can you record them on there, or you want me to record them? You can do it? Okay. So we're going to start with Deb this time. So give us, and we want to give Walt a little bit of time to compile this. So give us your number 1. Number 2 is a 1. No, I just want your 1. I just want your first. Okay, so number 1 was a 2, correct? Okay, Kirk? 6
2,
is a 1. We're gonna give them, we're gonna wait these out now. Patty?
sorry, 2,
2? Patsy?
1,
1?
6.
6?
You want my number 1, right, is 1.
Okay, 6, you caught up?
No, I got 1, and I need a 6.
6 is a 1.
I got another this is jumping. Number 6. And then a number 1, right?
Okay, do we have, so we got 1, 2,
Got 2
3.
number 1s. Right?
Were there 2 6s?
Yes.
Okay.
Got it. 2 1s.
Okay,
Did you get mine then?
okay, what was yours?
1.
1, yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're good on that? All right, let's go back over here, Jacqueline, then.
My number 1 is number 1,
Okay, number 1 is number 1, good.
but I need a question for clarification. On number 6, are we voting on wise and lacks nothing, or are those votes based on fear of the Lord? Because I'm sitting with this, and I think my trepidation or hesitation with that being on the board and us voting on it is I don't know that in hiring practices we can discriminate against anyone based on their religion.
Well, and we'll,
Sure.
let's get through this first, and I have a response to that. So, but thank you. Elizabeth? 1. And then Debbie, you did 1. Okay, so Kirk, what's your number 2? 1.
1,
Okay, 1 is a 2.
my number 2 is 2.
2? Okay, 2 gets a 2.
Minus 1.
1 gets a 2.
My second one is 4.
4 gets a 2. Jacqueline? 4 gets a 2. Elizabeth? 6? 6 gets a 2. And 1 gets a 2. All right, we know what's coming next. Patty, what's your third one?
number 4,
Number 4. Okay, I don't want to miss anybody. Okay, number 5.
Number 5,
Okay. Number 5.
Number 4.
Number 4. 4 gets a 3.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. My third one was 2.
2. Jacqueline? 7.
4.
4.
7.
2 7s.
Again, we're not going to lose anything. Words matter. How we put this out, we don't want to certainly create separation in applicants.
We just list. Hold on just a second. Okay. I think so. Let's see.
Well, we're going to take a break after this, so bear with us, and then we'll come back and do professional. So, look at this. Your number 1 personal criteria is honesty, trustworthy, character, respect. Now, how this is going to be written is the successful candidate will be able to demonstrate the following. We'll write them out in a way that makes sense, but we'll capture it through the essence of that. Okay, so that's your number 1 criteria. So you agree that this person has to be able to exhibit that. Your second one then is number 4, which is creative, critical thinker, problem solver, decision maker. And then your third is consensus builder, servant leader, team builder, you put utilizing talent and developing others. So what I'll do is write those as statements then regarding this position. We're not going to lose anything off of that. And certainly, I'm going to ask you today before you leave, think about the interview questions you want to ask when we get to that part in the process. And Walt and I will keep this information too. So if you sort of stall out on the questions, we'll make sure that we can craft some questions from this. But we want them to be legal. We want them to be to represent you as a body and as a group. And we don't want to put anything in the application that's going to cause somebody to say, what? You know, we don't want that to occur. So we'll make sure it doesn't happen. All right, good exercise, but this is just practice for the really important part, which is the professional characteristics and skills that you're looking for. So you want to take a break, Madam President? How long? 5-minute break. Okay, thanks. All right, great job on that. Again, we're going to be posting this, the first 3, and then we're going to do the same thing with the professional characteristics, okay? And then you'll see what that looks like as we get ready to post it. We'll stay in contact with Dr. Ford. All right, so now that you're good at this, let's flip to the professional characteristics that you think are most important. And so you've already compiled those. Let's now begin with, let's start with Kirk. And you put your first one out there.
Yep. Able to manage large bureaucracies.
Okay. Able to manage large, what was the last one?
Corporation bureaucracies.
Okay. Large.
A lot of people.
Okay, right. Good. All right, Patty, what was your first one?
My first one, it really builds a little bit off of what Kirk just said, but I wrote it as a visionary educational leader who can manage large educational organizations.
Okay. Kirk, would you accept visionary?
Sure.
In yours? Okay, let's just put that right into that first one. Visionary leader with experience leading large organizations. Good. Patsy.
Can we add educational leader there?
Okay, you can add anything you want. It's your
Okay.
criteria.
Is that okay?
Okay?
Yeah, because we're going to get an education person anyway. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Education. So you're going to add visionary educational leader, experience with large organizations. Patsy.
Well, they went back and added the word educator, but I'm going to say this. I think the person that is our commissioner should be educated in education, teacher, principal, superintendent, all that kind of experience.
Okay,
and more.
experience at all levels of education.
Yeah,
Okay.
involved, been part of those.
Okay, got it. Teacher, administrator, yep, good. Sherry.
Good manager of people, which
Okay.
is
Good manager of people.
I had leadership education knowledge, which would include specific education policy and education trends that are in best practice. So leadership, education, and then with expertise in school policy
Okay.
and
How about, can I change it for you?
yes.
Tell me if this makes sense. Demonstrated leadership proficiency with experience in policy development.
Thank you.
Okay.
That works very well.
Oh, if you're okay with it. Okay, good. Jacqueline. Need your mic on.
Mine was management experience, but I would not fold all of the ones from one into that. I think they're separate, and so maybe I don't know if management experience and good manager of people are the same, but I wouldn't go with one. I think they're
Okay,
different.
so what would you like us to put up there for you?
That's perfect.
Okay, you're good with that, right? Okay. Elizabeth?
There's a theme. I want to see someone who's a proven successful manager.
Proven successful manager.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just add that to Jacqueline's. Deb?
Because a lot of people have experience. I hate being so predictable, but I'm sure you guys could guess what I'm going to say. But I won't make you guess. Experience working in a large urban school district.
Okay. Experience working in a large urban.
I'm going to change that and follow Elizabeth's trend of successful experience working in a large urban school district.
Okay. Successful experience, large urban school system. Okay, great. Second one, Patty.
My second one would be experience with the breadth of responsibilities that are part of being a commissioner. And by that I mean things like strategic planning, budget and finance, educational regulations and understanding federal and state educational laws and policies.
So experience in primary roles of a commissioner. Okay, good. Yep, very good. Thank you. Patsy?
Ability to change plans when new evidence is presented.
Ability to change plans based on evidence.
Right.
Okay, Sherry?
I don't know, maybe this fits better under personal, but just allows or values local decision-making. Where does that?
That's more of the personal
I
side.
think so too.
yeah.
So
Okay.
I like what Patty just said.
Okay.
If you can just kind of put another mark, or no, you don't do that yet.
Yeah, well, did you, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to pass this
you're going to pass,
round.
good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pass if you don't have any more. Lisa?
I would concur with what Patty said.
Okay, good,
with
yeah.
what Patty said.
Right now, we're just going to list them up. You'll get a chance to vote here in a couple. Sounds like you're going to get a lot of votes, Patty. Jacqueline?
So my second was connected or education experience, but that's kind of up there. So then another way of looking is evidence of continuous education.
Did you get that? Yeah, would you say that
So,
again?
so yeah, but I felt like lifelong learner gets almost to personal, but evidence of continuous or
Oh,
continued
okay.
education.
Yep, got it, good, thank you. Elizabeth?
Able to manage multiple priorities at once.
Okay. Deb?
Every commissioner we've had up until Matt has been required to have been a superintendent with prior experience. So I'm intrigued that we haven't listed that yet, but I am going to list that one as mine, prior superintendent experience.
Okay. Prior superintendent experience. Kirk?
Nebraska superintendent.
Experience, right? Or a Nebraska superintendent. A Nebraska superintendent, okay.
I think I rolled all of mine up into
Okay,
two of them.
good. Patsy, do you have any left? Okay.
Communication skills, speaking, writing, and most importantly, listening.
Okay. Let's just, can we just call it, okay, Walt's got it. I was going to call it just effective communication skills, but he's got it. Okay, good. Sherry, do you have any more?
Pass.
Okay. Lisa?
Mine was similar to Patsy's.
Okay. All right. Jacqueline, any more? Okay. Elizabeth?
That academics would be a high priority.
Academics is the highest priority?
Not the highest, but a high priority for
Oh,
this
academics
person.
as a high priority. Good. Okay. Kirk, do you have any more? Okay. Patty, you done? Okay. So let's look at the list.
Can I ask a question? Is this also, I feel like these are kind of generic things that we would rate, but there are also professional requirements as it relates to credentials. And so are you asking also here about credentials that we would want to see?
Right. That'll be a requirement. That'll be in the application. Must be eligible for credentialing, state credentialing. So we'll take care of that. That doesn't need to be listed as one of the criteria.
Okay.
Okay. So time to rationalize and/or defend. So visionary educational leader, experienced with.
So, So I was thinking in terms of degree level as one thing. I know that we also had some conversations in our committee about, I believe it was in our committee, it could have been somewhere else. That there's state statute requirements, or we can decide our own, or kind of, and so I didn't know if we needed to discuss that at this juncture, or if we wanted, if that was something separate. And maybe Patty could weigh in on that if I'm way off
No, you're not way off. We did talk about that, that there are identified qualifications, I would call them. So I think certainly it's important for us to at least look at those. And, I mean, the person in that position has to meet those, right?
Do you recall if PhD was one of those required? It's not.
Okay, does that, I mean, we'll do some research on that, but certainly they have to be eligible for certification, credentialing. That's a given. Any search we do, every state has that as a requirement. Okay? All right. So, visionary educational leader, tell us why that's important. So, number one, we had a couple people, visionary leader experienced with large organizations.
That was partly mine. The visionary educational leader, I think, also includes some of the other comments that have been made relative to, for me, a visionary leader is someone who is always thinking ahead toward the future, who sees not only details, but is able to see from a global perspective what's important in education. I think a visionary leader is someone who is able to adapt with change and as needed. And I think those are qualities that a commissioner needs to possess. I added on there with managing large organizations, obviously, because the Department of Education is a very large, complex organization that includes not only what we typically think of, but vocational rehab, right? So it really is it's a very complex organization, and that person's going to have to be able to manage all of those different pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, it's a large, complex organization. Good. Second one is an experienced educator. Tell us why that's important.
I don't know if that's what you changed mine to or not, but I said, like, having as many possible types of educational experience as possible. He was a teacher, she was a principal, urban, rural, he was a superintendent. Okay. I think as many of those kinds of background experiences will make it so much easier to step into this job.
Had the roles and can model the roles. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Third one was good manager of people. Who had that?
Yes, that goes a lot with what Patty has said with the NDE being a large organization and the superintendent, it's just all of that together.
Okay,
There's just
all right, good. Demonstrated leadership proficiency with experience in policy development.
I believe that's mine. I think getting this job entails all that everybody said, but it'd be nice if they had information or knowledge about the statutes that affect us, and also policy development and the policies that exist. A little bit, well, not a little bit, it'd be really nice if they knew about our rules and regulations, that kind of direction.
Yep, that's good. Yep. Policy is a big part of the work that you do. Proven and successful management experience. I think that was yours, Jacqueline.
So I think it kind of overlaps. I don't know. Can you hear this? This shows green. So I think it overlaps a bit with what Patty said, but the reason I think it's different is because good manager of people without being the visionary if you could put together a good team. And so I still believe, I think we overlap in you need to have experience running a large organization. I don't think that we overlap in that that person also has to be the visionary of the organization.
Okay.
To me, it was important because I believe Patty mentioned just the sheer number of people that the commissioner sits in charge over. This needs to be a person who not just has management experience, but is successful at what they do, because that will inspire all of the departments as well.
Okay, very good. Successful experience working in large urban school district, Deb?
I really want to just edit that a little bit and just in both large urban school districts and in smaller rural school districts. I think both are required. I just thought somebody else would say the other. So,
Okay.
so does that make sense?
So you'd want somebody that had urban and rural experience?
And gets it from all perspectives, since it's a large state and we have a large number of both. No.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all that. Well, because I think the point that we're trying to make is that you could be, let's say you're Papillion La Vista or Bennington now or Elkhorn. They may say that they're urban district, but they're a smaller urban district. I mean, they're small, but in an urban district. So, or West Side being inside of so, or you could be a rural school district, but you be the largest, like a Grand Island, that or Kearney, that's in the rural. So I guess there's nuances to that.
I would be careful with being too specific, and because I think you run the risk of somebody saying, what's small or rural? Okay. Okay, good, yeah. And would you consider not only saying experience, but maybe an understanding of? Or do you really want them? Okay, fair enough, yeah.
So there was a word that was there that's not there, the word in or with. I think the first word you had there was with versus in. And so, Deborah, are you saying you want someone who's worked with varied school districts or someone who's worked in the school district? Because to me, those are different. And I'm not trying to...
So I'm thinking about an ESU director, for example, who might apply for the job, right?
So with provides us more flexibility.
Okay, yeah. Experience working with various school districts and settings. Okay, you okay with that?
What about populations? Experience working with various school districts. No, I could have experience working in 5 different rural school districts. That's various. They have a variety in how, but it doesn't mean that the population that I was serving was much different. So I don't know, population in terms of people or?
To me, the urban perspective matters. So maybe,
Okay,
maybe
all right.
urban and rural needs to go back in, but
Okay.
all right.
Well, again, we don't want to limit it by saying
Too
one group or
much.
the other, right?
Yeah.
So let's leave it. I like the way you have it. It's various sizes of districts. So let's look at the next one. Experience with myriad facets required of the commissioner. I think that came from this side of the room, no? Or was it you, Patty? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the meaning of this one for me is the commissioner needs to be someone who understands educational facets, right? I mean, the commissioner needs to have experience with things like strategic planning, with school improvement, with assessment and accountability. You know, and by experience, that's in a broad sense, and I guess I intended to be in a broad sense. But I think we need to be looking for someone who has successfully managed educational organizations, and that's part of that. But I
Okay.
think it needs to be said as responsibilities, you know,
Okay.
familiar with those responsibilities.
How about experience with and familiarity with the primary roles and responsibilities of a commissioner in education? Does that work? Okay. Yeah.
It just came to me that, just from watching Matt, who's the only superintendent that I ever worked with besides my superintendents in high school, but I think that a superintendent of this magnitude has to be an excellent negotiator. He has to be able to go to the legislature and say, we need this amount of money, and dig his toes in and debate for it and prove that it's what we need. And he even talked about that at times, and we don't have being able to negotiate up there at all.
Is it part of the communication?
Well, it might be part of communication. It is a communication skill. However, it is also a matter of being persuasive. And you can speak, write, listen, and not be very persuasive. I guess Aristotle would say, if you speak, you have to be persuasive. But I think
You want to add that up there then?
Yeah, I do.
Persuasive negotiator?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's more, persuasive would be more of a personal characteristic. Negotiating would be a professional
It
quality.
is a professional characteristic for this job, I think.
Okay.
One that I did not envy him.
Okay, all right. Next one is ability to change, adapt based on evidence. Who had that?
That was me, I think,
Okay.
too. You might even put this with communication skills, but to make a decision and then have the people that you're working with or for come back with new evidence. And I think it's so important to be able to be flexible and to listen to that evidence and not worry so much about being perceived as a failure or something, just saying, this is right, this is right, this is right. I'm going to redo my thinking on this.
Okay, okay.
So however you want to define it.
You're talking more, I think, about somebody that's data-driven, right? That makes decisions based on data, fact, things that are happening?
Facts, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Evidence of continuous education and learning. Who had that?
I did. One of the things I think is education is always changing and adapting and shifting. And so just because you were educated 30, 35 years ago, it doesn't mean that you would know what is relevant in education today. And so I think that we need to see that a person has continued to learn and continued their education, continued to be up to date on newest education policy over the years, and it's relevant today.
Okay. In your mind, is a doctorate required? Is a doctorate required in your mind?
No, it's not necessarily about the credential. It's about the continuous learning over time.
All right. Able to manage multiple priorities.
I think this goes back to being a successful manager. There's a lot going on in the department,
Okay.
and so this person needs to multitask.
And then superintendent experience. Who had that? Okay, Deb. Self-explanatory. Okay. And then Nebraska Superintendent, Kirk, self-explanatory? Yeah, I'm sorry, please.
I said this to Patty over lunch. I believe it's, I had it on the list just because of the point in time that we're at, where we have a lot more parents interested in the conversation and participating. And I believe that school superintendents have a lot of that kind of experience of working with parents on, you know, and really including them in the process. And so that's really what I'm looking for, is that external facing kind of, and that's why I'm saying a superintendent.
Okay.
And because of all the educational accomplishments that are, you know, come with that too.
Kirk, why Nebraska?
I just think that person understands what's been going on last couple of years, plus our funny property tax and all the funding of the education and JOSA. And it's, I understand you don't want to get too specific, but this is one that I'm personally looking for and hoping we find a qualified Nebraska superintendent.
Okay, good. Thank you. Speaking, writing, listening, negotiating skills. Patsy, I think you've already gone over that. We added it. And then academics is a high priority, right? Okay, so look at that list. Let's combine. Okay, 3 and 10. Okay, 3 is good manager of people, 10 is good manager and multiple priorities. Fair enough? The 2 people added up there? Okay. What else? I'm sorry, I'm probably blocking your way. We got visionary educational leader, we got experienced educator, we got effective manager of people, balancing multiple priorities, leadership proficiency with experience in policy development, proven and successful management experience, successful experience working with varied school districts and settings, experience with all responsibilities required of the commissioner, ability and willingness to change, plans based on evidence, evidence of continuous learning, superintendent experience, Nebraska superintendent, speaking, writing, listening, negotiating, and academics. Are you?
Me too.
Let me ask this: would it be could we get people to maybe gather around up here? Yeah. So yeah, come on up to the board and
Well, they're making it bigger.
Such as, oh geez, that got.
So let's look at it this way. Is experience important? Is having superintendent experience important? All right, so there's that shows up in 10, 11, shows up in 1, right? So 1, 10, and 11.
So I don't know that I would say that's, so for me, I know you're summarizing, do we think it's important? I think there are some people who think it's important, but I don't think a person necessarily has to have been a superintendent. You could have been the deputy commissioner of education somewhere and be qualified to run our department without having taken the superintendent step. So
Right.
I wouldn't.
And I will tell you, if you limit it to Nebraska superintendent, with all due respect to Kirk, or to superintendent experience, meaning pre-K-12, you are taking out the number twos in the other states that are ready to become commissioners, but they don't have actual superintendent experience. Or in your own state too, yeah. So we would always caution about limiting it too much. So let's go back and focus on a visionary educational leader. Can you demonstrate? Here's the way I want you to look at this. When you're talking, when we're vetting and you're interviewing, the question that you're going to be asking the candidate is something like this. I'm using number one now. Please describe a time when you were confronted with a problem and you developed a creative solution to that problem. Tell us about the problem, tell us about the solution, and then describe the outcome. See how that question flows? So that then becomes something that they're gonna reach back into their experience with. And so I want you to look at it from that standpoint. And again, let's not try to limit this to the point where we only got 3 people that apply, because we want, Walt and I and the other 3 consultants want to bring you a robust candidate group. Because even with Kirk, who I don't know very well, but I think I'm safe in saying this, if the right person walked in and wasn't a Nebraska superintendent, but had everything else that you were looking for, the reality of it is that might be the person. Or, I assume there's going to be Nebraska superintendents that are going to be interested. I certainly hope there will be, and we're gonna get into the phone lines. But what if there isn't? So that's why that's one, we don't want it to be that limiting. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's look at this again. Visionary educational, good.
I guess my intent was not, when I said visionary educational leader, I did not mean this person had to be a superintendent, okay?
Right. Yeah, and see, no, based on the conversation, I know that there's enough interest in superintendent experience. We know that. But let's not put it in there, because if we do that, we're going to take out other candidates that might really have what you're looking for too in the other ones. Does that make sense? So rather than say superintendent, let's just say successful visionary leadership experience in organizations. Educational leadership, yeah, absolutely, right. Okay, all right. And then, Patsy talked about the various roles. I mean, you're giving us our marching orders here in terms of the people that we're looking for. Understanding, it'd be really nice if there were some good, high-quality Nebraska soups that are interested. Trust me, we're reaching out to them.
Steve, if I might just make a comment. So just because we eliminate something from this list or don't call it out specifically, that doesn't mean you check your priorities and your values at the door when you engage in your evaluation of these candidates. And right, it's the idea about, just as Steve said, we want to make sure we have the most flexibility to bring you the best cadre of folks we can.
Yeah, good point.
So I want to remove the superintendent thing that I have up there.
Okay. So yours was 10. Yeah.
I just thought of this, a data-driven decision maker. Is there anywhere in there that will fit? Because well, not most, but a lot of our decision making is based on data. Oh, that's,
Yeah.
okay, I didn't catch that. Thank you.
Okay.
I think 8 is, again, a personal characteristic. One thing I think we could do is, I don't want to change anybody else's, but if we said experience adapting plans or experience making policy based on evidence, then that gets to the professional versus my willingness to do something is personal to me versus my professional experience doing it.
I think that's a good decision.
Could you just use the word adaptive?
Well, that's more of a personal trait again, so we're looking.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, we're looking for more
Yeah.
professional skills. So we're looking for things like education, experience.
experience you've had adapting plans based on evidence that was presented to you, right?
Talk about a time when you were convinced you were right, but the evidence proved otherwise. What did you do with it, right? So, I mean, we'll write you those kinds of questions. So you're going to get a chance to really probe people along those lines. But we want to boil this down to, you know, again, 2 to 3 or 2 to 4. So let's look. You've got visionary educational leader experience with large organizations. Does that get to your urban and your rural? Does it, or can we put in there visionary educational leader experienced with organizations, experience with organizations at all levels, at multiple levels?
Multiple.
Because we don't want to exclude rural people. Absolutely, yeah.
So I'm flexible on all that.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let's with large and let's put number one with multiple levels of organizations. We'll figure out better words for that. So it doesn't have to be urban, it's not going to be rural.
Talking about 6?
Yeah, 6. Successful experience working with varied school districts and settings. That good? Can we take one out? Or should we put, let's add that to 1, because I think the visionary educational leader is going to be, I mean, that's going to be a separator, right? If you're not a visionary, you can't talk about strategic planning or strategic thinking, then this is not the place for you, because a lot of that has to occur. Okay, does that allow us then to remove 2?
So taking away the one that Deborah just had and folding it into here takes away something that I think is important, and that's experience working with diverse populations. And by diverse, I mean it could be rural, it could be urban, it could be poor, it could be rich, it could be white, it could be black, it could be anything. But I do think if someone's going to be the commissioner of the entire state of Nebraska, they do need to demonstrate that their experience with the populations that they have served have not all been homogeneous populations, that they've looked different, whether children with special needs, high-performing children, etc. So I don't know that that's captured here, but I felt like it was captured in the last sentence, but changing it, I think, takes that away.
So what if we said visionary educational leader experienced with the challenges confronting education in Nebraska? And that doesn't, I mean, basically it's an understanding of what's happening in Nebraska, but it's also happening in Iowa, it's also happening in Colorado, California.
If it says experience with the challenges facing Nebraska, someone could potentially read that they have to have direct experience in our state versus, I mean, we could.
Okay, let's do this because, all right, let's just put it the way I wrote it and let's see how the vote goes. I mean, I think that probably be the fairest. And then, all right, so can we take out experienced educator then? That second one, remove that one and just assume that it's part of 1? The visionary educational leader with experience?
Can we say with experiences that reflect the population of Nebraska so that it's all of our state? I mean, I don't know.
And again, we'll wordsmith all of this to where it'll make more sense once we have a little time to think about it.
Notion of managing complex organizations. And when I read 1 now, I don't get that from number 1.
Okay, so instead of large, let's say complex. Yeah. Yeah, visionary educational leader experienced with
Complex.
leading complex organizations.
That's isn't that redundant? We said we need a leader.
In
Are we trying to
in various,
fold everything into number one, though? I mean, I feel like it's like that's 4 different things. Experience as a visionary, experience as an education leader, experience leading a complex organization, experience with various like, to me, that's 4 separate good things that could be the list. But why are we just keep...
and I would respectfully disagree with you because I think that's a leadership one. And I think if there's other things in there that talk about leadership, we ought to include it in that first one. So look at the list. I would suggest this: policy development might go in 1. Policy, the importance of policy development. I would never write it as experience changing or adapting plans, but I would say a data-driven decision maker. Evidence of data-driven decision making. Does that make sense? So we'll change that one. Speaking, writing, listening, negotiating, that's all part of effective communication. What we can say is an effective communicator that can engage all stakeholders of the state in an effective way. I'd have to work on the words, but somebody that can engage all the stakeholders of the state, similar to what we're going to be doing in this process.
I think the first part of what you said, an effective communicator, you don't need anything more than that. That means you know how to listen, you know how to speak, you know how to write. And part of that is analyzing your audience. That's the first step in communication, looking at who you're speaking to and deciding how you speak to them or write to them or how you listen.
Effective communicator with the ability to engage and communicate with all stakeholders at all levels. And we'll see how that one weighs out with you. Academics is a high priority, is probably a standalone, I would imagine, unless you see that being combined. Proven and successful management experience, do we need that if we have 1? If 1's in there.
Can it be combined with 2? Can 2 and 4 be combined?
2 and 4? Okay, 2 is effective manager, 4 is manager, yes. But I would argue, do you need 2 and 4 if you have 1? You do, okay? So let's put 4 into 2.
Because they're still managing the NDE department, and that's a huge organization.
Okay. And something along the lines, Walt, of an effective manager of people, programs, and process. And maybe that process piece is also the policy development piece. Okay, so then leadership proficiency with experience in policy development, can that go into 2? Proven and effective manager of people and multiple priorities, including policy development? Go ahead, Patsy, I'm sorry.
Just a word that I find worrisome that we repeatedly use, and that is all, just putting it out there.
Okay. 4 is experience and familiarity with all responsibilities required of the commissioner. I think so. Yeah. Well, we'll see who votes for it. I mean, it's important to somebody. Evidence of data-informed, the ability to make data-driven decisions. Evidence of continuous education and learning. Soup experience, Nebraska superintendent, an effective communicator with the ability to engage all stakeholders at all levels, and then academics is a high priority. Any more combining you want to do?
I think I missed something around, did we combine the thought of policy development with something? If we did,
Yeah, I was going to put
missed it.
policy development into number 2 and multiple priorities, including policy development. And we'll work on the words on this to make sure that it makes more sense. But we want to capture what's really important to you. And we're not going to lose anything. These, if you don't submit questions, which we hope you will, that come from you, we'll pull questions off of this discussion today. Because I think we're hearing you loudly and clearly.
Are 4, 5, and 9 enough that they can be combined? Data-informed decision-making, continuous education, and academics is a high priority.
Well, do the 4, 5, and 9 people agree? So could it be written as maintains academics as a high state priority with the ability to make data-informed decisions? Well, let's do that.
Driven decisions with more than academics, right? I wouldn't want someone to be limiting their data-driven decisions to just academics, if that makes sense. And the way that's worded right now, it feels to me like it narrows when you make decisions that are data-driven.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. Okay, so we'll leave it as a standalone. Okay, so there's 9 there. Does everybody see them? Can everybody read them? Well, I think Patty is saying she's got one of them and she wants to leave it as a standalone.
Is continuous education the same as academics as a high priority? I don't know.
Well, I would say no.
Because I see that number 5 is their personal, Jacqueline's not
Yeah, I
here.
think that's
So I
right.
think she was meaning their personal continuous education, whereas I did number 9, and that is for the state.
And did we decide 8 was a skill set that belongs under personal, or is that a professional?
What you're saying in 8 is you want somebody that's going to go out and engage all stakeholders effectively. So it's a hybrid.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this because I sense that this is getting a little long in the tooth for you, and we have about 2 or 3 other things we have to do. So do us this favor, and then we'll take care of the rest of the work. Would you just write down your top 3 on that list? Top 3, yes. And again, we'll capture the gist, we'll write them professionally. Let me know when you got them. They're writing their top three, Jacqueline. Top three. All right, we good? Everybody good? Okay, let's start with Patsy. Give us your first one. 8. Sherry?
1.
1. Jacqueline? 2. 2. Yes, Deb. 1. Kirk?
1.
1.
1.
Patty says 1. Okay. All right, give us your number 2, Sherry.
2.
Okay. Lisa? 3. Jacqueline? 3. 8. 4.
7.
7.
2.
2. 1. Okay. And then last, and we'll move on to the next one. Lisa, number 3. Okay. 2 gets a 3. Jacqueline? 4 gets a 3. 4.
2.
Third.
We're on the third.
You have 9 for 2? Okay. Deb? Deb, 2. Okay. Elizabeth, what was your second one? 4. Third one, yeah. Okay. So Deb, you're good on your third one? Kirk?
8.
Okay. Patty?
4.
4. Patsy?
2.
2.
9.
9. And you're good. Okay. All right. Again, we're not going to lose anything. We're just trying to profile this position right now to help us on the recruiting side, but also to help the applicants gain a sense of what you're looking for, what you're seeking for, and what your stakeholders are going to tell us are going to be important. So as I look at this list, you want a visionary educational leader. That's clearly the first, and then a proven effective manager of people. That's your second. And then 4 is somebody that can utilize data to make informed decisions. We'll write them up in a way. Remember this. This is the best way I can describe this is not going to, all this is a guide. This is just an opportunity for us to go out and start having our conversation. But people are watching this on TV today that are thinking about this. They're hearing your conversation, and they're asking themselves in their own mind, okay, if I'm a Nebraska superintendent, these are the things that are important. Can I demonstrate this? So when we write this profile and we start the advertising in about a week or 10 days, what's going to happen is candidates are going to be looking at each of these, and they're going to be thinking in their own mind. The interview that they have with you is going to flow off of what you've been talking about today, right? Not word for word, but in very similar terms. So they have to ask themselves this: can you provide evidence that you're a visionary? Can you provide evidence that you know what policy development is, that it's important, that you can multitask? And we'll write you questions based on your interests when you submit them to us. So good work today. This is never easy, by the way, but you've done a great job. I think we have what we need to go forward. What our next step will be, we'll put our heads together. We'll wordsmith these out. We'll write them as brochure statements. We'll get them to Dr. Four. He can look at them. Patty and the committee wants to look at them. That'd be great as well. And then we want to get the advertising going, in the next 5 to 7 to 10 days and get the interest out there. So I have 3 more things to talk about. I know we said we'd be done at 4, but I want to make sure that we don't leave these open-ended. So in the next 2 weeks, I'll ask Dr. Ford to send a reminder to you. Would you send to me questions that you would like to ask candidates during the interviews? So the best time to do it is when it's fresh in your mind. And if you don't want to write the question as a question, send us the idea and the concept. We'll write the question for you. Okay, these are not going to be yes or no answers at this level. These are going to be questions where people have to really think about the question and provide a detailed response based on either what they believe or what they've experienced. Go ahead, Patsy.
It would be helpful to me, after doing all of this, if I could have, I don't need the numbers or anything, but if I could just have a copy of the personal and professional things that my fellow board members.
You want the raw list
Yeah.
of both? We can do that.
Yeah,
Yeah, no question.
it'll make it easier.
Yep, we'll get those out to you probably in our next. Give us a chance to wordsmith and come up with declaratory statements. Anything, somebody else had their light on? Okay, yes. Okay, so we need that in a couple of weeks. If you don't do it or you don't want to do it, then you just have to rely on us to write questions based on what we heard today, and we'll do that. But the interview questions are typically between 15 and 18, 20 tops, and that's about an hour and a half interview. And we always leave time for the candidate to ask you questions. And so when we come back and we present finalists, we'll talk through interview protocol and format, but you need to be prepared for the fact that interviews today are two-way. I mean, a lot of these candidates that we think that we're going to attract to this position have multiple options. And so it's one of those where, depending upon the format, how the conversation goes with you, I mean, they're interviewing you just as if you're interviewing them. Does that make sense? And we'll work with you on that a little bit too, and certainly help you with what you can expect. So then, one of the things that Dr. Four and I have talked about, and you'll need to continue the conversation, is how do you want to structure those interviews? So this is kind of what's on the table, and you'll need to think more about this. What we would suggest you do is this: form a team of people from inside the department, and then yourselves, and then take a day and a half and do 4 interviews and do rotations. I don't know what you would be thinking in terms of public visibility, but you can certainly, as those are, Brian, am I right? Those are public meetings, right? Those interviews? 4 or more. Hold on a second. I don't want to say something and I'm not accurate on.
So help me understand. The interviews by the board?
Yes.
That's a public meeting.
So you could televise that if you have the capacity, which means that the entire state can weigh in, which will get you emails and text messages about who they want, which is okay. I mean, I think that would be a good thing. At least then you can get some opinions. But we would also recommend that you utilize a team of folks from inside the department. That's an important group that we don't want to leave behind in this. And you've said 2 or 3 different times, managing complex organizations. And so working with Dr. Four, we can create a calendar or schedule where if you could commit to 2 days, you could do 2 a day, you could do 3 on one day, 1 on the other day, you could do a day and a half. We don't have to decide that today, but I want to allow at least 2 hours per person for interview with you. And after that interview those interviews are completed, you can get, and we'll work with, again, Dr. Four and his team, we'll give them a sheet that they can fill out on each of these candidates, just like you'll have, because you'll have the rubric in front of you, which are the interview questions that we've designed. And then they will be able to provide some feedback. We don't ask them to rank because they can't. That's your job to decide. But they can give you strengths and/or questions or concerns that they have. And that'll give you something to either ask us about or something that you can factor or filter when you make your decision. But at some point, you've got to come into a session with what you've experienced, with the data, what you've collected, what the stakeholders have indicated they're looking for, and then create consensus around a candidate. Now, if you can't do one candidate, we certainly can help you with, if you've got two, you want to narrow it down to, could be a second round of interviews as well, too. And that, quite frankly, is becoming more and more common in some of the searches that we're doing. Okay, so that's kind of the interview. We'll talk more about that as we get a little bit closer. But interview questions in the next couple of weeks, and then maybe Dr. Four and I can come up with kind of what that sample is going to look like, because I think candidates, primarily those from out of state, and I know some of you don't want anybody from out of state, but those from out of state are going to want to know, what's my time commitment in terms of coming in and interviewing. The third thing is that I want to talk about compensation. And, I will tell you that I've got a copy of the contract that current former commissioner, is he former yet? No, I've got a copy of Matt's contract, so I saw the contract. One of the things we like to do on compensation is this. We like to say we'll be competitive based on experience and, just based on experience. Now, something that you need to keep in mind is that there are several superintendents in the state making over $300,000 a year, okay? And the commissioner position hasn't historically been there. And we're not suggesting that you have to get there, but we want you to think about that. And I'd like to talk with the committee about that a little bit more. If you have any opinions about that, share them with Patty or members of the committee, because they will never talk with you about salary, but they will with us. And so we need to know if somebody, for example, is asking for way more than we think that this position will pay, we'll be honest with them. Don't waste NDE board's time, and certainly don't waste your time. And they're realistic. So what we'll start with preliminarily is the contract where it is today, and say that that's kind of a ballpark. But we want you to be open to negotiations. And at this level, it will be negotiations with, may not be with you, maybe with legal counsel and their legal counsel. But our hope is that, we're in the ballpark, we're not out of the ballpark, and we certainly don't want to we will never make any promises to candidates, but we want people that are motivated to accept the position. And then my last thing, Patty, maybe you want to talk about this, is just the fact that we're going to work some communication through a committee.
As was mentioned in the ad hoc search committee report, just a reminder that the contact person for our consultants is Ryan Four, and that communication then from them through us, the committee, right? That the communications come through our committee, if that makes sense.
And we'd like to use the committee as just a conduit for things that are going to come up during any search. And, we're not going to disclose any applications. We're not going to talk about any people, places. Again, please remember that if you get overly involved, you'll complicate the process. You could cost a candidate. So funnel those to us. You have our contact information. Ryan knows how to get a hold of us directly. And, but certainly encourage people to consider to apply just like we are. I think we've got everything that we need to go forward. Do you have any questions before we let you get on with your life? Yeah.
I know Ryan's the contact person, But you said you wanted the questions, so my question is, do we send our questions to him?
Yes. Yes, send them to Dr.
That's what I
Ford.
thought. Thank you.
Patsy, lights on.
Nope, no, I was just agreeing we send them to
Oh, okay,
Ryan.
good. Any other questions, any other comments? I hope that you found the conversation today productive, even though it may not have yielded exactly what you wanted, because you're a new board. You know, one of the things I always say when I'm working with boards is whenever new board members come on, one is a chemical change, more than one is almost a culture change. So you're a completely new body now, but you have a chance to do something really excellent, and that is pick the next Commissioner of Education that you're going to work with and support, and it's going to be mutual. And the state of Nebraska is going to take great comfort in the fact that there are very, very bright days ahead. And you know the challenges. I want you to know how much I admire, and most of the state admires, your commitment to this work, because we know this isn't easy. Nothing's tougher when you're in the field than a department that's in disarray. You're not in disarray. So are there challenges? Yeah. But you have the people and the commitment and dedication to do this in a way that's going to make a big difference in the lives of Nebraska. I told you before, I got a personal investment in this. It means a lot to me. I've got grandkids in the systems, and education is fantastic in our state. Let's keep it that way, and let's let this search be the unifier that you need to really focus on those things that are so important. Okay? So it's been my pleasure. We'll keep communication going. Ryan, one thing we'd like to do once we get the survey up and out and we get the data collected, we'd like an agenda item where we can communicate that to you. And then we'll give you copies of the data too, so you have it as you go through the process. But yeah, it would be a great way to show the stakeholders that their voices mattered. And then what we'll do is, we're not going to get into specifics. We'll redact the stuff that we have to redact. But what we will do is we'll give you just general summary information that'll be helpful. Okay? So, Patty, we're done.
Thank you very much. It's exciting, right? I mean, we're at that point where we're starting to work together and identify what we're looking for in a new commissioner, and I think that makes it real. So for me, it just feels like we're moving. All right, we will pick up our business portion of our meeting where we left off prior to our discussion this afternoon. And just to refresh everyone, we were on agenda item 7.3. Is there a motion on item 7.3?
Yes, Madam President. I move to authorize the Commissioner to accept the telehealth mental health equipment Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services school-based health support funding and enter into cooperative agreement with the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Second by Lisa. Discussion.
I just have a question for a definition. So the rationale says that this will support schools where the pandemic has had more damage on communities with high social vulnerability. Can somebody from the staff who wrote that define or give an example of what that would be?
Yeah, she's coming up.
Specifically, the high social vulnerability.
Zainab is making her way to the podium.
Okay, good afternoon. Zainab Brida, Equity Officer and Administrator for the Office of Student Support Services. We determined there are 3 data points for that. The first one through CDC indicator of community ability to respond to crisis like natural disaster. The second point, targeted, supported, and improvement TSI, additional target support and improvement ATSI. And each, it would be more than happy to show you with the map. It showed like this dots and represent school that was identified as for TSI or ATSI. So these schools have underperforming student group. And the third point is COVID numbers. So the size of the dot represent COVID numbers at the given time. So these 3 points that the indicator for the high social vulnerability.
Thank you for telling me that.
Absolutely. Anything else?
I guess before you leave, are there any other questions for Zainab? All right. Thank you, Zainab. Any additional discussion?
So, yes. Oh, okay. I guess just for consistency's sake and for education, I guess this is another one that would have, am I correct that this is another item that would have normally come through a committee discussion? Would that have been the finance committee, and that we're seeing it because of urgency?
No, this is not necessarily urgency. Remember, it is because in January, because we don't have committee meetings, any items that need, I don't know, maybe urgency is the word, or maybe it's not, I'm not sure, but items that the department believes need to be acted on in January have come to the full board.
I guess, can someone speak to the urgency? And I know it's late in the day, but again, I mean, this is big dollar amounts, and they aren't going through the process, that they haven't been brought to the appropriate committee. And I just wonder if this is something that can go through. I mean, it seems like we're doing a lot of stuff. We're approving a lot of dollars without going through the appropriate scrutiny process. And so I'm just, you know, I believe in, oh my gosh, this hugely, and I definitely want to vote to support it, but I also just wonder, as a good steward to the public, if we have time to have it go through the correct process.
Sorry, Zainab, that we're making you come back up.
I believe we can wait till February for the next month. This is just agreement from DHHS, so we receive funding from DHHS telling us that this fund's available for the schools to purchase telehealth communication equipment.
And so we're giving that money to who then?
We give it to the schools.
And it's already decided who's getting how much?
No, it's going to be through application process, so based on the need of each of the schools.
And the staff decide the needs. It's
No, the application. So there is an application process.
okay.
So based on the schools, they determine if there are schools that are high in need of those equipment, this is how we're gonna select the schools.
And the staff make that selection based on a criteria of. and-
Based on the criteria that we're gonna determine in the application.
And you divide highest need by,
We just mentioned it now, the
Okay.
3 points,
okay, the three, yes, thank you
mhm.
for clarifying that
3
again.
data. Mhm.
Okay. No, I don't want to hold that up, but I appreciate the information, and thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Zainab.
I am going to vote for the, actually, I don't know if I am or not, but to Deborah's point, and this is probably something we should discuss in a committee going forward, is what the criteria should be for bringing an action to the January board meetings, or bringing an action to the board when we don't have committee meetings, and what that looks like. Because I think there's an opportunity for us to say things won't be placed on the January meeting agenda, absent some type of urgent or being able to demonstrate why there was a necessity. I just think as a board, that's something we need to consider for the future, just so that items like this, we have a proper amount of time to digest, to understand, to, review. Otherwise, I think these items are brought to us with the expectation that we are a rubber stamp board that will just say yes. And so just put it on the board with little respect for the board and what we can understand and what we care about. I think it's a little rude. And I get if there's an urgency to it, but if that's the case, send an email to the board or plan better. But we keep doing these things and being told we got to hurry up and do it, yet we don't get an opportunity to really dive into the information, and I don't think it's fair to the board.
Yes, Patsy?
The teacher in me wants to say that there's another reason that we shouldn't do it this way, and that is perpetually we're asking, what is this all about? And so the people that are working on it diligently have to somehow summarize it at the spur of the moment, and we don't get a full picture of what it's all about. And therefore, we've missed a learning opportunity about something that we're going to address probably again next year. And so it still won't be familiar to us. So let's make it just that. Let's address it so it isn't an emergency if we can. But I also want to speak in behalf of the staff. And if it is an emergency and they're placed in a place where they have to come up and say it's an emergency, that we recognize that they probably wouldn't come up and say that if it were not true. So we don't be disdainful of that. Sometimes things have to be done very quickly.
Seeing no additional discussion, we have a motion and a second. Andrea, please call the vote.
Morrison? Fricke? Yes. Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes?
Kojans?
Yes?
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer? Yes. Penner?
Yes.
8 yes.
The motion has passed. Next agenda item, 7.4. This is another action item. Is there a motion related to item 7.4?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I move to authorize the Commissioner to fund the Nebraska State Personnel Development Grant. The acronym for that is NSPDG, a state coordinator position through a grant award to Educational Service Unit number 6.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second the motion.
Discussion? Andrea, please call the roll.
Tegmeyer, Neary, Morrison, Kojans,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes?
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky. 8 yes.
The motion passed. Agenda item 7.5. Is there a motion related to that agenda item 7.5?
Madam President, I move to authorize the Commissioner to fund the Nebraska State Personnel Development Grant.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion related to this motion. Andrea, please call the roll.
Goebbels,
Yes?
Neary, Kojans,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky. Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner. Morrison,
Abstain.
7 yes, 1 abstain.
The motion passed. Agenda item 7.6. Is there a motion related to item 7.6?
Madam President,
Yes, Sherry.
I move to authorize the Commissioner to approve the contract with Telos Educational Services, DBA, to update the reality check videos with current data and offer the videos in both English and Spanish.
Second.
There's a motion and second. Discussion?
Can,
Yes, Elizabeth?
I'm sorry, I have a lot of questions. And I've decided if I have these questions, the members of the public must have these questions too, so bear with me. So I've read through the rationale about what these videos do, and it says that they are targeted towards informing a parent audience. And I'm just curious, what are the demographics of this audience? I'm a parent, I've never seen these videos. And so I'd just like to learn a little bit more about them. I'm sure I'll have more questions when the staff member explains. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stegmeyer. Thank you, Sydney.
Hi, I'm Sydney Kobza. I'm the Assistant Director of Career and Technical Education, and these videos were created back in 2015, utilized for meeting the demographic of parents, business people, educators, to explain some of the stereotypes with career and technical education. And some of the data that's presented in the video is just being updated. And so these videos that have already been created, they were very successful during our first round of the revision process, which was looking at the different programs schools offer for career and technical education and making sure that the programming meant the high-skilled, high-demand, high-wage jobs. And now this is just kind of a refresh to make sure the labor market data matches the new animations. And we're wanting to offer them now both in English and Spanish.
So I did a little research, and I was curious because I Google everything, and Googled, I believe it's called Reality, where was that? The name of it, Reality Check.
Mm-hmm.
and I was not able to find them. Is there somewhere that you could just
Yeah.
direct me for later reference?
You bet.
Because there's a lot of reality check online, and I wasn't.
It's on our career development webpage. It's part of our career development toolkit on
Okay.
our Nebraska Department of Education website. The video's right there.
Okay, so then
And I
are
can
these-
send it to you too.
Are these accessed then by teachers and shared with parents? Is that sort of the goal?
Yep, teachers can share them, counselors can share them. We shared them with business and industry people as we did our revision, the first round of revision, and then when we did our comprehensive local needs assessment when Perkins 5 was authorized.
Okay, great. Thank you for all that information.
Yeah.
Yes, Jacqueline?
I just have a question, and just so that I understand, the second page says contract period and services involved match the requirements of the non-competitive bid procedure. My question is, what were the circumstances that allowed this or set this up to meet the requirements of the non-competitive bid procedure?
We had contracted with this group to do the first round of these videos, or not the first round, the first video back in 2015. And so rather than redoing the entire video, we were working with this group to update it. And so it made sense to work with this group to create this update.
What's the exception that we used?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Who can?
I think specifically we'd have to get that information for you, but certainly we can. I'm imagining that it would be Bryce Wilson where we would start with that. I'll get that for you.
So, in the budget committee, I have raised this concern multiple times. And if this were in a budget committee meeting, I would ask the same question. Unfortunately, we're not in a budget committee meeting, we're in public. There are specific rules that govern when we can not go out to bid, not use procurement procedures, etc. And I've asked specifically that when we do not use those, or we don't have to, that it be enumerated in the documents that the board's provided, explaining why and what the exception is, that we didn't do that. And one of the things that I think we have continued to say is when something is sole source, and that definition I think has become a bit, we keep pushing it a little farther and farther about what we believe is sole source. And I am uncomfortable with that particular interpretation. If we use them before, therefore we decide to use them again, the whole purpose of procurement procedures through government is to stop that line of thinking, to give people an opportunity to bid on our contracts and to open up public dollars for public bids so that anyone can participate. And so I'm certain, or I'm hopeful that there's a reason and an explanation for this, and I'm not trying to suggest that there isn't, but the reason for my questions is the consistent question I keep asking is, are we as a department following our procurement standards or following our procurement rules, but also are we getting a little too comfortable with this idea of who we like, who we're comfortable with, who we've used, who we believe is sole source when there are actually other people who can do the work. So those are my concerns.
So, so Mrs. Morrison, I would want to make sure I understand, and I think I do, because just based on the way the rationale started in terms of it being an update and listening to Mrs. Copes say that we're kind of changing the pictures so that they're updated, I didn't think we were starting from scratch, so to speak. If we were starting from scratch, meaning making whole new videos and wanting to put that presentation out in that way, and as a result, going to this company because we're comfortable, oh, they did good work in the past. I would understand that. So I want to make sure that we would address this in a kind of way in the rationale, but that would be the same in the meeting also, so that you and the board would understand that this is truly update means updating rather than starting anew.
Right, and if the reasoning for which let's suppose this material that was prepared for us in this particular video is proprietary information, or the person who prepared it for us, we paid for that, and to acquire the information from someone else, there would be an additional cost. Thus, this truly is a sole source, and that's the reason for which we're doing it. Then I think that should be explained in the note. But I just read to you what was in the note, and it says contract period and in services involved match the requirements of the non-competitive bid procedure.
I understand.
There's no additional information explaining to us how or why.
I understand.
Can I add one thing? A competitive bid was used in 2015. Is that okay?
And thank you, Sydney, for that explanation, because knowing that it's truly an update makes sense that you wouldn't have a different vendor do an update to a material. So thank you.
Madam President, I think, I don't know if this is going to continue throughout the next year, but when board members inquire about things as it relates to agenda items, I think it's for that particular board member to decide whether or not that answer was satisfactory, rather than the continued non-question comments by the president.
My attempt is simply to restate what was said and show appreciation for a staff member providing that information. I don't see any other questions for Sydney. Is that correct? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Andrea, please call the roll.
Penner?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricky? Yes. Neary? Yes. Googles? Yes. Morrison? No. Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no.
Motion passed. Next on our agenda, we have consent agenda items that were pulled. So, yes, Lisa?
I have 7.9 to report from the rules.
We're not quite to...
Oh, okay. I didn't realize consent agenda came at this point, so I apologize.
What do you have for 7.9?
I have rules, a memo about a hearing coming up.
Yes, and that will come as an information item.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
that will come after our pulled consent agenda item.
All right. I
Thank
just
you.
didn't want it to be left out because the hearing's coming up, so thank you.
So we are addressing now the consent agenda items that were pulled and moved to additional business. I believe those were all pulled at Jacqueline's request, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Jacqueline, do you want to address these individually or as a group, or?
I assumed we'd call them by their number and the way we do a normal action item.
Okay. 5.3.A. The motion was from the consent agenda. Brian? Okay. We need to have a motion on the floor related to item 5.3.a. Okay. I will read the motion because you don't have those in front of you. I move to authorize the commissioner to continue to contract with Board of Regents DBA University of Nebraska Medical Center Monroe-Meyer Institute. Is someone willing to, what's the proper phrasing? Yes, if you are willing to make that motion, please say so moved. Patsy?
I'm willing.
Is there a second?
Chair, I'll second.
Thank you, Lisa. We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
I have some questions. So the first question that I had as it relates to this item is, I know the note says the state board accepted these funds through approval in October of 2022. Has this particular contract gone through the committee process? Which I believe it would have gone through budget, but I could be wrong.
Again, because this was on the consent agenda for today's meeting, my understanding is it would not have come through a committee.
Is there a staff member present who can speak on this matter?
Ms. Verona's coming up.
We should just move that table closer. No, it did not go through committee, as it is a renewal based on a federal grant that was awarded, and it's a continuation in a new 5-year federal grant.
Just curious, do you know when you would have sent this information through to be placed on the agenda or for a vote for a board, by the board?
When I would have?
Yeah.
Based on, so the grant award was awarded in October, and we finished out the last 5-year grant December 31st. So it's coming to the board in January because funds are now available in the new 5-year grant to fund this.
So my next question is, my understanding is this was a previous 5-year grant, my understanding, and we received federal funds for it. And in the application for the federal grant, we indicated that we would use this particular grantee to do the evaluation.
Correct.
Did we do an evaluation of the last 5 years?
Yes.
Can you elaborate or tell the board what we found, if anything, in that 5-year grant?
Oh, yes. Well, so the grant is annually evaluated, and it was in order to receive the next year's fundings, you have to meet certain criteria based on those federal, I'm trying to think of what they're called. And so each year we met those criteria, and in order to even apply for the next 5-year grant, we had to be in good standing based on our evaluation and partnership agreements, and we were found to be in good standing with those.
That was pretty generic of what the requirements were that we met and what we did and how we're carrying out this grant. Do you have any more details or specifics?
It's quite extensive. The grant itself is over 5 years. We had 5 different objectives within each year, each of those objectives having sub-objectives, and so we have to meet data requirements, fiscal requirements for each of those objectives, and then also show outcomes based on what's written into our different evaluation plan.
And then my next question, Because, again, I think this is an instance where Patsy Kojan's presented it so clearly that it's a learning opportunity for the board to learn what the department's doing and for us to understand what it is that we're voting on, other than a one-pager that we get. When we decided for the last parts of the evaluation, was UNMC, Monroe-Meyer, were they doing the evaluations?
Yes, they were. And so for the next, so when we wrote for the next 5-year grant, UNMC MMI wrote the evaluation section, so they were a partner. So what it's called in kind. So they devoted their time in kind with anticipation of receiving a next 5-year federal award. So we have to describe in the actual federal application who the person will be, their qualifications, or in this situation, it would be who the entity would be. There's been several others, like we just did the University of Nebraska Lincoln, who's doing the project activities or some of the project activities. So we have to write that into the federal application in pretty extensive detail.
So in practice, from the department, how do we, it says, we recognize this, and to support our students and teacher, we'll adapt current professional learning and educator development strategies to meet their needs. In practice, how does this get from the department either to the teacher, to the classroom, to the student? How does that work with this grant?
We have a 5-year multi-leveled both professional development strategic plan as well as a coaching plan. So based on 3 different tiers, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, we provide supports to schools through a regional level where we are providing professional development on positive behavior interventions and supports. And then schools, after receiving the different levels of training, get coaching inside of their buildings based on that, as well as sub-grants so that we can, based on different needs assessments and data collection, we can then provide additional training and support on tier 2 supports at different levels, or tier 3 supports based on what the students in those schools need, as well as the teachers. We do both needs assessments.
And one last question. I know that you said we finished, or at least you started working on the last one October of 2022. So we knew that this grant was going to expire by December 31. And Monroe-Meyer did this on a in-kind basis initially, knowing that they would eventually be funded. And so is there an urgency to them being funded by the end of the month, or was there expectation that at some point they'd get paid?
So I would tell you there is urgency because the activities have already started with the anticipation that our federal grant has started. So they are planning a January move forward with the activities written into the federal application. Based on the conversations that I've heard before today, I think we can definitely, lessons learned, move forward with planning better and not bringing these to January board meetings in the future should a grant start in January.
Thank you.
Yes. I promise you will get tired of it, but I'm learning so much, right, Patsy? So it says that you coach on tier 1 school-wide and classroom positive behavior intervention and supports 2 Nebraska schools. Which schools, how are they selected? Is there an application process? Just explain to me who gets these services, please.
Yeah, so in the past, it has been based on an application process. Our plan this year, well, in this 5-year grant, is actually to train every school in Nebraska. That being based on school preference, so schools actually will get the choice to come, but our hope is that they'll choose to based on our amazing marketing that we'll be doing. But ultimately, we've seen a significant increase in behaviors in schools over the last several years. And so through other needs assessments closing out the last 5-year grant, we know that the large majority of that is because students with and without disabilities have greater behavior needs, and teachers need to know how to support them in general education classrooms. So our goal is through a regional model to bring the trainings to ESUs, regional centers, and get to every single school in our state.
And so approval of this grant would then bring this training to the local school districts, the ESUs, at no cost to them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
No additional discussion? Andrea, please call the roll.
Neary,
Amy, excuse me, Amy, you might want to stay up here since the next one's yours.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Neary, Tegmeyer, Fricky, Jones,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Penner,
Yes.
Kojons, 8 yes.
Motion passed. The next item, 5.3B. I will read the motion. I move to authorize the commissioner to continue to contract with Heather Robbins, DBA Heather's Behavior Support Services. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second on this motion?
There is a second.
Discussion?
Yes. I do remember this, the second or the first contract for this individual coming before the budget committee back in October, and I think it's referenced in this note about Heather Robbins and Heather's Behavior Support Services. And I do see in the documentation, the rationale / background, it specifically says that she serves as a sole source for the federally awarded grant to assist the objectives, and goes on to say that Miss Robbins, with me, the way I see the sole source means she is the only person that we could find who could possibly do this work. Sole, the only one. And so my question, because this has come up again and I asked it previously, what types of actions or steps did the department or have we done to look for someone else or to seek someone else or open this up for requests? You know, we could do requests for proposals, requests for any number of things to see if there is anyone else out there who could do the work that she does. What actions did we take or have we taken to see?
So the contract that I think you're referencing that has come before the Budgets and Finance Committee was not for this state personnel development grant. We have other contracts through school safety as well as through the Department of Office of Special Education with Heather Robbins, doing business as Heather's Behavior Supports. This one is sole source because, again, she is written specifically into the federal grant, and the federal grant was awarded based on her qualifications and criteria that we wrote in specifically and sole source specifically within the federal grant application.
When we are writing our federal grant applications and looking for partners, what type of work are we doing to see if there are other people who can serve in this capacity outside of utilizing the same person? We always I won't say always do, but utilizing somewhat an existing person and then saying, well, it's sole source because we use the person we were familiar with. What are we doing on the front end when we are submitting our grant applications?
Yeah, and so this year, this 5-year application actually did take a different look at it because I referenced that we've had a previous 5-year grant, but we've actually had a federal state personnel development grant since 2011. And Heather Robbins, through the PBIS network, was provided to Nebraska. I wasn't here in 2011, so I can't actually speak to how we found her. But we continued with her. In this 5-year grant, we did specify that we are using her at a different scale because of that exact reason. Well, that reason, and because what if she wasn't available? We do need to build different expertise in different ways to provide training in PBIS for our state. And so she was written in to provide support for our University of Nebraska Lincoln partnership to build out PBIS training and trainers and coaches through a RFP process to help us to find additional people.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Discussion? Thank you, Amy. Andrea, please call the roll.
Morrison? Yes. Fricky? Yes. Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels? Yes. Kojons? Yes. Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner? Yes. 8 yes.
The motion passed. The next item, 5.3C, the motion is, I move to authorize the commissioner to amend the contract with ESU 7 for instructional coach services for Schuyler Central High School. Is there a motion?
I move.
Thank you, Patsy. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Thank you, Lisa. We have a motion and second. Is there any discussion on this item?
I have a question for staff.
Dr. Vargas?
You ready to go?
Trying to jog on up here.
7 minutes. Hello, how are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm good. One question about this particular contract. It looks like this is it shows that we are going to amend this particular contract to end August 31st, 2023. When was it previously going to end?
August 1st,
Of
23.
Okay, maybe I'm confused. Authorize the commissioner to amend the contract end date to August 31st, 2023. What are we amending it from?
So original date was to end August 1st, and we actually need to cover the amount of August, so it has to go through August 31st. I didn't put the actual original end date, I apologize.
So this is just extending the contract for 30 days?
Correct.
And that's for, and what are we extending? So it says extend the amount to $58,000. What are we extending it from?
$49,999.
Okay. Those were my questions. I don't see them in the document.
Sorry, I did update it, but I must have messed up and not submitted the right one.
That's all. No further questions.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
Oh,
Just kidding.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Vargas. Andrea, please call the roll.
Tegmeyer? Neary? Morrison? Kojons?
Yes.
Henner? Goebbels?
Yes?
Jones?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
8 yes.
The motion passed. The last of our consent agenda items, 5.4.a, the motion is, I move to authorize the Commissioner to fund NDE Journey to Inclusion Project in partnership with SPED Strategies, LLC. Someone have the motion?
I move.
Thank you, Patsy. Is there a second?
It bounces out because there are too many people in the queue.
Thank you, Lisa. We have a motion and second. Discussion?
Yes, I have a question about this particular item.
Amy, welcome back.
So this particular item has a lot of information within it. And so I'm gonna just kind of ask, it may not seem intuitive, but I'll try to go in some coherent order. There is a cohort 1 where there's a model in which 2 current pilot districts continue to receive support that's subsidized by NDE. What are the, who are the 2 pilot districts that are participating in this?
The 2 pilot districts are Scottsbluff Middle School and Blair Elementary Schools.
And how are they selected?
They were selected through an application process.
Okay. And then, so what will happen with the second cohort? How is that implemented?
So the second cohort will include an additional application process to bring additional schools on. Once we're going to train the ESUs supporting those 2 districts, so ESU 13 and ESU 3, as well as ESU 10, so that we have a statewide representation. And then we'll bring additional schools and ESUs on in the professional development and coaching supports that are provided in the actual school buildings.
So when it says you will identify and prioritize key governance shifts necessary to foster inclusive education, what does that mean to you?
I should back up by saying lesson learned. The language on this should say to continue, because this is a 3-year project and this is moving into year 2. So in year 1, part of the mindset or governance shift that we're trying to instill in schools with our guidance and with the supports that we're providing in the pilots to carry over into the other districts is really thinking about the educator shortage that we currently have, with special education teachers being the largest area of shortage in our state and our nation. And so really helping districts to see special education services that can be provided to students in a general education environment, and shifting that governance within a school system to think about the training and supports that is needed for general education teachers so that they can feel successful in doing that, as well as special education teachers so that they can learn to release and allow students with disabilities those opportunities.
And then my last question is, what are our plans to continue in this space or to continue this program after the ESSER funds are depleted?
Yeah, so we actually started this project through the Office of Special Education with some discretionary dollars, and we've, through our 10-year strategic planning, have plans to move 5 years beyond after the 3 years that are set for
with ESSERs based on our discretionary dollars, as well as you can see, we just talked about the state personnel development grant and other grants that we hold a personnel prep grant, so we're going to try and think about how we can shift some funds in other federal grants that come out, as well as that currently exist to support some of these efforts.
Thank you.
Yes, Sherry?
Amy, could you share with me what is the input that you've received from the regular classroom teachers during year one, having been a special educator and a classroom teacher?
Yeah, so initially I'll tell you they were very skeptical because most teachers, when you hear special education, you think resource pullout, or you tend to go to the most significant needs of students. So as we slowly integrate not only training, coaching, and supports, but also students back into general education environments, it's been very receptive. We actually have a video that I would love to release to you and show you. It was in a press release that I think you all probably got but are inundated, so didn't get to see. But we interviewed specifically general education teachers, and a teacher from Blair who has been teaching for 16 years said that she felt like this was probably the best professional teaching year that she'd ever had. I'll bring them someday to tell you all about it.
Okay. And may I add one more question, Amy? Will this increase the need for paraeducators, which also we're seeing a shortage of?
So lots of things will increase the need for paraeducators, but I think what this will do is, what this continues to do is increase the need for training for paraeducators so that those paraeducators that we do have feel supported, feel successful, and will want to stay.
Elizabeth?
So I've sat down and visited with some of the special education teachers in our local school district, as well as one that works at our ESU, and they said that their biggest task is actually coming alongside the general classroom teachers in helping them in giving them skills. And so this question may be outside your jurisdiction, and it may be something that we as a board will discuss in committees. But are there plans, is there some frameworks in place to start doing this type of training while they are still students at our colleges and universities?
Oh, absolutely. We actually partner right now with all three of our university programs, as well as every state college in Nebraska, to enhance. Currently, there is the requirement of one special education preparation course for general education teachers. I would tell you that there isn't a need for additional special education preparation courses. There's a need for additional intensified how to teach reading, how to teach math courses, so that all teachers, regardless of general education or special education, can provide the support that individual students need based on their disability, not based on a preconceived notion that a special education kid needs this service. So we're definitely working to increase those supports in the higher education arena, not necessarily once they're out.
Andrea, call the roll.
Goebbels,
Yes?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons, Jones, Fricky, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner, Morrison, 8 yes.
The motion passed. Now we will go to agenda items 7.7, 7.8. These are documents that are linked in Spark. They are for your information. They are not action items. Just as a little bit of explanation, typically coming through the Budget Finance Committee every month, there will be a review or a chart, I would say, of state travel authorization. So if you are planning to attend a conference, you submit a travel request, which probably, I'm assuming in your orientation, that was provided. So when those are approved, they show up in this report. Okay? And then we also have monthly travel, I'm sorry, I flipped those around. The monthly travel expense reports is what is that information. The other one is, just shows a month-by-month amount of travel per board member compared to annual budgeted amount for travel. So those are really for your information to look at if you have any specific questions. All right, we will move then to 7.9, the report on rules. Lisa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very brief. There will be a hearing on January 31st, 2023 to discuss updating Rule 10, which is our accountability, approval, and accreditation rule, and an update for Rule 14, which is for non-public schools, and a repeal of Rule 23, which is the basic skills exam in college. So it was told to me that anyone can attend and you don't have to sign up in advance to speak. So that concludes my report.
Are there any questions for Lisa?
Can a staff member send us notice of that, or maybe you're planning to anyway, or a calendar appointment, because I do not want to miss that discussion. And so if we can all receive something in writing, thank you. Or maybe you already.
Yeah, I thought I remembered seeing something previously about that, but it is typical practice to send.
Okay, and if I missed it, I apologize, and if you wouldn't mind sending it again, because sometimes not knowing, you know what I mean, or not understanding the importance of it, this is important. Thank you.
And it may be that, Deborah, I'm thinking of something else too, so. Oh, I'm sorry, Jacqueline?
I want to make sure I'm clear, I'm understanding. When you are referring to a hearing, I'm thinking that means that we have promulgated, or we have published a potential rule change formally, and there will be a hearing on comments, to take comments on that published document. Is that, am I right?
This is just a public hearing, as far as I know, for updating a report on how there are discussions about updating Rule 10 and Rule 14 and an appeal of Rule 23. So I'm not sure if there are drafts out there. I haven't seen them yet. So maybe we could request Brad to come up if he's here.
Brad?
All I know is that it's been worked on for quite some time. I think you're getting your steps in. Thank you, Brad, so much.
To directly answer your question, yes, that's exactly what it is. There are hearing drafts out there on the department's web pages. So we do have a draft of Rule 10 and a draft of Rule 14 for the revisions that we're proposing, or that the commissioners are proposing, and also the repeal of Rule 23. So it's a red line of the entirety of Rule 23.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a procedural question, and this is probably on me. I can't remember if I missed our last rules hearing. Was the draft of Rule 10 and the draft of Rule 14 that was published voted on or reviewed by the Rules and Reg Committee?
The specific draft with the red line copy, no. However, we notified and just had a discussion around the update and the status and when we were proposing to do rule revisions at the October 2022 meeting for the Rules and Regulations Committee.
So I asked this question because, and my memory gets a little foggy, but at the beginning of our reorganization last year, and when we met in the Rules and Reg Committee, we talked about new processes and procedures that we would want to see. And part of the new processes and procedures that we wanted to see is that the committee would review the red line drafts of anything that was going to be published prior to it being published. And I'm concerned now that that didn't happen, which is why I'm surprised that we're having a hearing, because I didn't know that something was being published. And part of what we discussed in that committee was a new process. So I don't know if that's a failure on the committee or the board to not have communicated that to staff. I don't know if it's a written policy or procedure that we need to, or maybe new bylaws. I'm not for sure exactly where it falls in the new scope of things, but I do know that that was an expectation that the committee had. We verbalized it, we discussed it, and I'm learning just now, I don't think that that was followed. So I'm a little bit concerned, but that's not a reflection of you. I think we internally are going to have to figure this out.
Patsy?
So if we were planning on going to this meeting, is it possible that somehow we could receive a draft of that so that we could look over it, so we knew about it? And, I mean, I'm even on the committee, and I can't remember exactly what's on that, if we were given that or not.
We weren't given.
Okay.
I don't believe we were given the red line copy.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, a copy is available on the website, but we can make sure that you receive a copy, yes.
Okay. If it's on the website, I think I can print it. It'll be just fine. Thank you, though, for repeating that.
Thank you so much, Brad. And that ends my report.
Thank you, Lisa. Item 8, these are information items and reports. 8.1, contracts approved by the Commissioner. 8.2, grants approved by the Commissioner. 8.3, contested case update. 8.4, notification of vacancy on the Special Education Advisory Council, SEAC. 8.5, written public comment. These items are for your information only. Agenda item 9. This is the good of the order. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informational observations of the work of the State Board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at future events for the purpose of informing other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce new agenda items. Are there any items for the good of the order? I would share 2 items. One of the items is that January 22nd through 29th is Local School Board Appreciation Week. So if you are in contact with any local school board members, please take the time to express your thanks for the service they provide to our local school districts. The second one is that NASB's annual Legislative Issues Conference is scheduled for January 22nd and 23rd. This is always a very informative conference if you're interested in particular about the legislative issues that are surfacing this year. Typically, they have senators come and talk about their priorities. They often try to have the education chair there. It just really depends in part on those senators' schedules, but it is a very informative, worthwhile conference. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Lisa?
I believe it's in Omaha, correct?
No, it is in Lincoln,
It is in
but it's changed this year to the Embassy Suites in Lincoln, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Typically, it was at the Cornhusker, but they have a change of venue.
Thank you.
And finally, the agenda item that you've all been waiting for.
I'll second that one.
Thank you to everyone who attended in person and who tuned in to the broadcast today. The next meetings of the State Board of Education are scheduled for February 2nd and 3rd, 2023 in Lincoln, Nebraska. The January 6, 2023 State Board meeting is adjourned.